Hello. One sec. My lights are off. Apologies. Good afternoon, guys. It's been a chill ass day for me so far. Sorry I'm a little bit late. Not that I'm ever really late, but I ran into an issue, which was I was preparing chicken, and then, you know how when you buy chicken normally, it comes like in like a styrofoam package with a seal on the top, like a plastic seal like around it, right? And then when you buy from Costco, they give it to you in these bags, okay? If you're buying chicken thighs, it's like 6 separate bags with like 2 pounds ish in each bag. Well, I accidentally broke some of the bags, so I didn't know how to store it, so I was just like, fuck it, I'm just gonna marinate all of this right now. So I don't know, it's like 5 or 6 pounds of chicken marinating. So yeah, I'll figure out what I'm gonna do with that later. But anyways, welcome to the stream today. I'm gonna be playing League. I've been chilling for a little bit, but I gotta get back on the grind. Practicing for DSGC eventually, yeah. The plastic bags for I know, but like I was already cutting like 2 pounds of it, or like three pounds of it, and I'm like, oh, I guess I'll just cut another 3 pounds. Play Zoe, I dare you. I'm okay. Zoe, man. That VT Adrian, thanks so much for a sub. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. Is Ball Gate 3 with Lily Toast happening? No, it's a dead run. It's dead. That run is dead. I am so sorry. Mario. Real talk though, if you're curious what I'm doing that I'm not streaming, a lot of times I'm just playing PoE. I've been really enjoying it. It's so weird because it's another league where I don't really enjoy the mechanic, but the base game is just really fun for me. I always enjoy the content. I love how well you explain and engage with the community. Well, thank you so much for the support. No, I've actually been playing so much. Like, I'm no lie, I'm already like 100 hours into the league. Fuck, man. Hold on, I'm switching some runes real quick because I don't know which of these I should be using. Hold on. Oh, yo. Been playing Sea of Stars. I think after Baldur's Gate 3, I think it's difficult for me to play a RPG without thinking and comparing it to Baldur's Gate. Like, it's ruined games for me. Similar to how when you eat really good sushi or really good steak, sometimes it feels bad when you the next time you eat and it's not as good. I feel like Baldur's Gate 3 has ruined RPGs for me. And I'm like, oh. Our team comp is like, we should fucking forfeit this game. Holy fuck. Now play Baldur's Gate 3, I would recommend it. I would recommend it. It seems not having any visual clarity. Yeah, I mean, a lot of it's really hard when stuff's stacked up. All right, I don't want to say anything, but we have 0 frontline units, and that's not my fault because I am playing the AD carry, which is known for having 0 frontline characters. This is just definitely a game where I should have played Ezreal, but yeah, it's fine. Get past the Vegas Open? I did not, but maybe. Nope. Yeah, I feel like we have a terrible lane, and our comp is really bad. But, you know, technically you can win with any comp, so it's okay. I'm shocked this game went through. Like, I actually am, like, really surprised. Like, mind blown that this game went through. I'm not gonna. If I was playing and I saw this, I'd be like, damn, man, we're dodging for sure.
Let's blow this joint.
Mute me before I call you a slur. Holy fuck, my jungler is a League player. This guy said joke. He said joke. Is that a joke? Is he joking?
30 seconds until minions spawn.
That's fine. Wow, we fucked that up so bad. There's no way he gets out of that alive. Oh, we fucked up. We fucked up. Oh, we fucked up. Oh.
Righto!
Well, if you skill E first and you don't get the kill, then you are in a bad spot. E was just for the level 1.
Oh, yodel.
Okay, that guy's pissed. That guy's like, what the fuck? Who does that? And it's us. We do that. Yeah,
Anything you say can and will be used against you.
Oh, I'm pretty sure we have to shove.
First blood.
You got level 2.
Don't worry, I got this.
Oh, we own them actually. Wait, we shit on bot lane. Okay, we're.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Oh god, my jungler's already insulting my mid laner. It's okay, it's okay. He's not gonna drop a slur. It's fine, it's whatever.
Bombs away! I'm going.
You're gonna get Jarvan's top. Yes. slur timer. Guys. Dude, he's not gonna do it, guys. Stop. You have to believe in my teammates, okay? There's no way my nice jungle player who's very hospitable is gonna flame my team. Please no. Please no. Okay, wait, that's good. That's good.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Oh. Oh, that's... He still has flash after all this? Oh my god. I thought he used it already.
Don't worry.
Here it comes. No, he's not gonna say it, guys. Stop.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
No way he gets out.
Unstoppable.
As expected.
Come on.
LeBlanc has a Medja 8-stack Med. It's his first item he put. Okay.
An enemy is dominating.
Bro. Am I gonna say, guys? No one's saying slurs this game, man. But I mean, if someone's gotta do it, you know.
Anyone got him? An enemy has been slain.
Oh, wait, Eggs. You gotta go. You gotta go. You gotta close your ears, okay? This is gonna be a non-Christian stream for a second.
Blow this.
Say it's... Oh my god. This guy has... Mid 7-0? Bro, what do we do?
Don't worry, I got this.
The order is given.
An ally has been slain.
Doesn't look safe.
Oh god. Yeah. This one might be a little difficult, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and say it. I think we have no way to control this LeBlanc if she snowballs. So this one might be a little difficult.
Shut down.
Okay.
Explosion first, questions later.
Stop. I know you're the fake one, man. Let's fucking go. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna get Caitlyn ultied right now, and it's gonna be so lame. No way you're in this bush, right? You still fucking here, man? There's no way.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy is legendary. An enemy has been slain.
You need to be put down like an. Oh shit! Oh no! Oh god, here it comes. Oh man. Oh god.
Let's blow this joint.
Turret Satan will fall soon. You have been slain.
My W didn't go out. Oh my god. Also, this guy has 24 stacks Ludens. It's okay.
Don't worry.
Holy shit, this guy went crown?
Your turret
That would have been first turret. No, man.
Impatient? I'm not impatient. I'm going.
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
Oh no, wait, she's so strong. She's full collector. Outplayed? I mean, yeah, I guess. It's just something where you don't go for that fight. Oh my god. The ulti didn't connect. Okay, I'm gonna throw this out there, and honestly, great work, guys. But you know, hopefully next game it'll be better.
An ally has been slain.
I think if you're gonna play this, you can't play Crown. Like, it doesn't do anything for you because you just get it popped by LeBlanc really easily.
Come on.
All you do is you just go like a Negatron cloak would be better than that for defensive purposes. I believe I can find a Zero walking outside and make sure he doesn't make it home. Oh my god.
Enemy killing spree.
Blow.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy is legendary. Enemy double kill.
Oh, he didn't. No, I tried. Minutes 15. Oh, at 16 minutes, man.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is legendary.
Anyone got a match?
He's back in 5-pick roll. That's fine.
Has been slain.
Well, I think Crown has situations where it's not bad. Like, but when LeBlanc pokes you so well before anything can happen that it's like you're not getting what you want.
Your team has destroyed.
If that makes sense.
Blow this.
Bro, 800.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy is
There's so many people around me, man. I'm literally fighting my demons right now. Oh shit, please get me out. Please get me out. Please get me out. Please. This guy bought a full death cap. He bought death cap large rod? Oh my god. Guys, I need help.
impatient.
Okay, like, who is actually voting no? I'm not gonna, the Q did I even need to flash that? I probably do. Man. This guy's in my base. Oh, we won. It's GG. She still has a 700 gold spree after she died. Okay, well, how is top lane doing? Okay, I don't even think top lane hasn't even played the game. Like, they're not doing shit. Those these are both top laners are kind of just existing, and the rest of the map is just fucking dying. Yeah, I can stall, but like, bro, not like look at these team comps. I don't even have frontline. I can't stop LeBlanc from doing damage to me. Is the problem? Like, how do I do that?
Don't worry. I got this.
An ally has been slain.
Yep. Guys, can we please forfeit? Like, I don't ask for forfeits a lot. I am not the guy who typically forfeits, you know? If that, I'm the anti-forfeiter. I take 1600 with QW.
Shut down.
0.07 seconds. Yep. I had a lot of time to consider how to counter this guy.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Guys, please.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Enemy rampage.
I'm gonna have my damage done right here.
A summoner has
Perfect.
disconnected. A summoner has disconnected. Defeat. Well, I'm gonna give this to my support. I was just gonna say, bot lane did the most damage. Now, damage that never matters, I will say. But I mean, we did it. Volibear will welcome for 69 months, the perfect anniversary number. But I wanted sub, don't worry. Oh, thank you so much. Thanks for the support. What happened this game? Let's just say mistakes happened. I was a LeBlanc. Sure. Oh, that game was interesting. Honestly, the comp was terrible. So if we ever fall behind with that comp, we auto lose anyways. So we needed, but like, it's like, okay, it got pretty bad pretty fast. That's okay. Those are the games that are so ridiculous. You can't even be mad at that game. Like, whatever, man. Pika Dak that went back for 15 months. Pika Dak that welcome back for 15 months. Thanks for your subbing. Nice try. That game was an interesting one. The Velcons actually played pretty well. I just don't think there's anything we could do. Like after solo killing AD, I was like, okay, well maybe we have and then we got fucking destroyed by mid jungle. It's like, okay, well, never mind. Yeah, the Azir needs a bodyguard. Add me, I'm good. I'm good. You know, I have this suspicion that if I wasn't streaming that game, we would have seen some real stuff in the all chat. I might have saved Azir's life, honestly. And I'm just saying, not all heroes wear capes. But I probably did. Play Azir next game, I'm good. My Azir doo-doo. Like, you're about to see a run. If I play Azir, you're going to see a run back of that game. Flex today? Nope. I don't think I'll flex. I can't play with my team till next week anyways, because Jake is in Mexico celebrating a friend's thing. So Jake is just gone for the weekend. This comp looks a lot better. I can at least have people who are melee frontliners with CC. Oh yeah, I don't know if I can play against this character, but we'll see. Wait. Oh, I didn't think I'd ever practice this comp in in fucking this. This is not what I expected. But it's cool that I can, honestly. So are we good with Senna? I actually think that's true. I don't know. I have this weird thing with Swain where I feel like I'm allergic to Swain. Every time I try to play Swain, I feel like I suck ass. It's like I'm not getting the. I think if you play Swain, you have to get enough stacks to make him good. If you're not snowballing correctly in the early mid game, you're not playing the character well. And I don't think I can do it fast enough. It's really bad. Like I keep trying, and I feel like I'm terrible at it. And I don't know, man. I'm not feeling it. Or do better than Azir? We'll see. Yeah, I just think my Swain is just bad, and that's okay. Like I can definitely make it better, and I will try maybe, but I have this weird feeling where like Swain, you really need solo lane XP. Like, the more I play Swain, the more I'm like, if I'm not getting solo lane XP, like, am I even a good character? I don't know, but I think it's possible from the AD position because technically he only needs gold. He only needs gold. He technically doesn't need levels because once you get to like level 9, he has his whole kit. But I don't know, something about I have this really weird feeling about Swain. I don't know how to say it.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
He's the best mage and support bot. Yeah, that doesn't.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
I've seen the stats of him in this patch, and apparently he's one of the best ADs. But I have never played him in a position where I feel like that's good. I don't know why, because I played the old Swain a lot. Guys, someone move up, someone move up, someone move up, someone move up. Guys.
First blood. Minions have
Oh, my top laner game level 1 first blood. At level, but it's not even. Guys, where my lane's not even started yet. We don't need to shove this much. What the heck? Well, he shoved too hard. We want to build up a wave, ideally.
an ally has been slain.
Guys? Guys? Wait, my guy's died twice before the first buff, man. Oh wow, he knows. That's fucking funny. Okay, my mid lane got killed. Oh, whoops. Wait, I feel like I've played this game before. I swear, 30 minutes ago. I swear I played this game already. The mid laner goes 17-0. Oh, this is a different story. Wait, my top laner is gonna go.
An ally has been slain.
I do my own dirty work. Take this.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
No way I didn't get fucking cannon there.
An ally has been slain.
Wait, I'm so much CS lead on this guy, man. Alright, top lane has 3 kills without Ignite. Their jungler's 1-0. Their mid's 1-0.
Enemy double kill.
Oh, I'm so fucked this game, aren't I, man? I look at my video map and it's like, we're just getting killed all over the map. I'm shoving my lane into danger right now. Wait, guys, come on. Did I play this game that bad, man?
Shut down.
Oh yeah, we won. We're back. We're so back. Is he any backing here?
An ally has been slain.
Take back.
You have slain an enemy. Enemy rampage.
It's fine. I have TP. I don't even lose anything really.
An enemy has been slain. Shut down. Enemy killing spree.
Just ignore what's happening around the map. My mid just didn't get the solo kill twice in a row. It's fine, not a big deal.
Shut down.
Oh my top! Oh, we're back. We like cannon. This guy's mad. I'm like double this guy's CS, man. You telling me we're not owning?
Rampage.
Hopefully Twitch stuff can make it better. Nah, it's fine, dude. I'm okay. Trust me, it's not. We're winning. We're owning. Actually, that was all you. Good job, man. That was literally all you. Ever since you Twitch sub, 2 kills.
Better duck.
Dominating.
You missed. Do I need to go Merc Treads? Oh, he's dead.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, Itu lol XD, thanks for sub. Welcome to these streams. Sorry I didn't say that specifically. I went Merc Treads because I'm against Leona or LeBlanc.
Godlike. Shut down.
This guy's so fucking brave for walking up here.
An ally has been slain.
Hearts beat together.
He doesn't understand where the ward is because it's in such a weird place. The ward is right here. I'm pretty sure I don't walk up for this. Pretty sure this is suicidal. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Whoops. Does that stack still work, by the way, guys? I don't know. Does the stack still work the way I think it does?
Take this.
Check. Okay. It does work the way I think it does. Wow. Wait, that's actually kind of nice.
Turret plating will fall soon.
The dance.
It doesn't count as a minion stack. It counts as a
An ally has been slain.
champion. Says over there, hover. Bro, the hover does not fucking matter, man. You're looking for champions devoured, you know? So I just checked to see if it's here. I guess you can check on the other one too, but like... It's easier to just know that I stacked on one minion before that point.
Hear the music. Back off.
An ally has been slain.
This is my desert.
Enemy rampage.
I try to bait this. I pretend to be a dumbass there. What the fuck?
Shut down. Shut down. An ally has been slain. Enemy double
Oh.
kill.
25 stack med. I feel like I've played this game before. Well, I did so well there too. I got 2 huge knockups, but like, I guess it does not matter. Hold on, let me go see what I'm supposed to buy here. I'm pretty sure it's just CDR.
Your team
People
has
really go
destroyed
demonic?
a
What a
turret.
crazy item. Don't understand why Magi is still in the game? Wait, I like that Magi's in the game. What?
Your turret has been destroyed.
The song between us. Heads up.
An ally has been slain. Legendary. An enemy has been slain.
I feel like there's a party down here like every second of the game. Like I play the game and then there's just like 20 people down here, you know?
An enemy has been slain.
Patent highs? Welcome back for 35 months. Thanks for subbing.
Your team has destroyed.
We're flipping top and bot here. The reason is because he's already down there and it's just a waste if we don't reset here.
Shut down. An enemy is legendary. Shut down.
Was that worth it?
Your turret has
Nope.
been destroyed. An enemy is legendary.
Oh, my mid lane is 0-10.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy is legendary. Your turret has been destroyed. Ally has been slain. Ally has been slain. Enemy rampage. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. An enemy is legendary.
I just want to know, is there someone here still? Nope. I'm surprised even shot is so strong that Diana can go it. So I feel like the game is winnable. Honestly, I do too. In some weird, freakish way, I kind of do think it's still winnable. I mean, this item gives you so much.
An enemy has been slain.
The biggest problem is that Diana is too big. It's not even just the other stuff.
An ally has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
Yeah, the worst part about this game is we were so far ahead bot, man. I was 40 CS up on this girl, but it's like, oh god, the rest of the map fucking exploded, man. It really is a...
Even your stain.
Shut down.
Honestly, I got so much there. I'm not even mad.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I feel like I need to go like Banshees or something. Is there any magic resist item that's actually good here?
Shut down.
I feel like Banshees isn't good. Mask isn't really good. I mean, is Mask that bad?
Your turret has been destroyed. Shut down.
Not for Mask, into Deathcap Zanya's. Okay. Oh, my bad. I was trying to zone out the other guy. Oh, we just die anyways, actually.
You have been slain. Enemy double kill. Enemy triple kill. Aced.
Holy fuck.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your inhibitor has been destroyed.
I feel like this was, you know what? I say this is a winnable game, but not really. It's okay, it happens.
A summoner has disconnected.
That was an interesting game. I'm gonna play some ads. I want to try that build again. Actually, if maybe it's okay. I really hate Abyssal second, but I can get. I think it's maybe okay if you go like some kind of tank-ish build afterwards, because it technically gives Cho like the most value compared to any character in the game. So it's if it's not good at Cho, it's like just not a good item. Period. Also, you see that Kane that shit talked at the very end? What a pussy. Like, I wonder if it's just you just go full tank, and I would be down to try that. Tried Rod. I mean, I think there's no way Rod could be good because you don't really need mana on that character. So, and you're given health. So I feel like Rod must be like the worst item on Cho. Avni proc demonic. I mean, with my E like nonstop, demonic is pretty easy to proc. It's more like demonic just gives you more AP than any item in the game. So it's like, well, I mean, it's just in terms of value, it's better than Death Cap, a second item, which should tell you something, right? Like it's gotta be Cho's best item. Your price you say about a man that's robo, but you get 30 more AP and 30 more HP. Yeah, I mean, like, it's more like the active makes Cho good. Like, I don't think you can even hit your spells consistently without the active. It allows you to combo. Like, if you do whatchamacallit, into the stupid thing. Yeah, it's just so good for that character. More so than other stuff as well. Dude, holy shit, this guy came out with fucking 50 paragraphs about the patch notes. The 50 plus range was a big buff. We think moves in the right direction as putting much skill, especially in the spacing as possible. We like to balance him around his 50 plus range and nerf it elsewhere, given his case 80% about auto attacking. It's OP right now. Yep, I fucking knew it. We did J4 benefit with Gore Treasure buffs, so preemptively nerfing him only to need to nerf him again wouldn't be great. Now that we know how his buffs will land, we have great confidence how much to nerf. You think it's damage over the line. Interesting. Wait, this is it. Wait, guys, this is it. Two AD picks. It's time. Wait, it's time. It's time for me to shine. Honestly, I don't even feel like my choke game went too badly. It's just like, it sucks that I can't help my support. So like she has to space well for us to win. But like I don't think it went badly at all. Like I was up so much that lane. They're buffing a really Gwen, Kennen, Son of Thresh. Wow, they're buffing Kennen? Okay. Wow. 40 seconds off his level 16 cooldown. The tacos or burgers today? What is it, Tuesday? Bro, it's Thursday. It's Taco Thursday. You know what? I like that. Our bot lane support combo is OP, I think. Oh, bot lane Swain Pike. What the fuck is bot lane? Is it Sway Pike? No, it's Sway Twitch. Or sorry, Twitch Pike. And then it's Swain mid, Rumble top Rengar. There's 0 CC, on almost 0 CC on both teams. I like this. This looks like when you play Karthus, you want games to get a little scrappy. Like you want to go down the dirt and you want to fucking like just punch people down there. You don't want a clean game. I don't want handshakes. You know, I don't want Capri Sun. We fucking need to go down, like down in the dirt, some muddy ass water. That's what I'm hoping we get. Damn, he went heal? The bitch. Wait, he didn't go ignite? Wait, I wanted to go crazy here, man.
Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh, does anyone know? Bro, no one fucking sat here, man.
Minions have spawned.
It doesn't care about. Oh, trust me, that will not matter. I want to be camped. I don't even care if I'm camped. That's crazy? Bro.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Where's the jungler? I'm down to take this 1v3, man.
First blood.
Look at my.
I'll be right under.
An ally has been slain.
You're looking a little green.
You have been slain.
Oh my god, people live with such little life, man.
An enemy has been
Dude, this
slain.
guy dragged the creep so I couldn't freeze the wave, man. Oh, that's fine. I don't think it would have froze anyways. I actually killed a little bit too many creeps here.
An ally has been slain.
My mid getting solo killed? Happens every game.
I was hiding.
You have been slain. An enemy has been slain.
I need to do something cheeky. It's fine. I don't even care about that. Like, look at this guy's CS. My mid's 0-2.
I'll be right under the nose.
Ooh.
An ally has been slain. You have been slain. Killing spree.
What the fuck is going on, man? Huh?
You will forget bread. You will forget love.
You want to Scrappy? That's true.
An ally has been slain.
This only gives you one. I mean, I would like my mid lane not to be getting solo killed 3 times in the. You know, that would be nice. I would love to buy Leandries, but I think this is a stronger buy anyways. I'd rather just use the gold for Stork Shoes, because early Stork Shoes kind of like just pens everyone, right? If your jungle ganks top, he'll tell my friend, bro, I don't need the jungler bot lane. I don't need anyone bot lane. Me and Nico got this game.
Solace comes with a still heart.
Yeah, he throws away. That's so good. Going to TFT Vegas, did not get a ticket. Unless Ryan can give me a ticket, I will not be going. What the fuck? I fucked up.
You have been dying from your first breath.
Did you see that? Got a Dark Harvest stack there? Oh, I thought I was gonna get the assist for that one too.
An ally has been slain.
Dump the body.
Better poison like, yeah, I didn't have a pot.
Sneaky, sneaky.
Can you auto that, please? Oh, he wants to give it to me. Okay, I like it. I have to watch to see if he doesn't try to kill me here. He did not. I'm more fed than a mid laner.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain. Turret plating will soon fall.
Here's something that won't wash off.
Back to my wall. It's my bad.
You're welcome.
I feel like Rengar is gonna ult us soon, which I think I'm okay with.
You have slain an enemy.
Holy shit! I bought the Amp Tome because I wasn't sure if I had enough AP to kill him.
Enemy killing spree.
Wow, he lived. Oh. This Red Cane is getting nerfed next patch. Starting to understand why. That looked pretty fucking good.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Carthage remind me of Zeus. Zeus is way better single target, like, potential, I guess. Tall Friendly Tree takes a sub of this stream.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
It's fine, I got it. I'm just saying, this game's scrappy as hell, and I really like that.
Shut down.
God, I'm doing so much pushing and road.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Fine, we'll play.
You have slain an enemy.
Okay, whatever, man.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
What am I supposed to do?
An ally has been slain.
It's me!
Sure.
Killing.
Sure. Alright. But I'm gonna just non-stop die in all of these fights, and I'm okay with that. I'm just like, whatever, man. Throw it at me. Not worth it. Rallies hasn't been worth it on Karthus in like years. I'd only play Rallies if I was against all melee champs, pretty much. And even then, it's like super not worth it. It's better just to, like, you already have a slow in your wall of pain. You don't really need it in your other parts of your kit. Yeah, I don't think Karthus has built Rallies in like a decade. Half a decade. Yo, chill, 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 chill. I'm clearing, clearing, clearing. I got this, I got this, I got this. Watch this fucking damage.
You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, you guys got it. You guys got it.
Double kill.
This was the easiest Karthus game ever. I saw the team comp and I'm like, we fucking won.
An enemy has been slain. Ace. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Pretty sure I just go, like, I just go Death Cap. But this guy has MR, but like, who really cares, you know? Death Cap Void.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I was thinking about TPing here, but it's like, it feels like such a waste, man.
An ally has been slain.
Wait, that guy turned around? I did not think that guy turned around.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Legendary.
Well, I'm back again, guys. See you guys in a bit.
An enemy has been slain.
My support just killed their AD carry. Yep. I think their bot comp was just really bad for against. When you play against Nico support, she's really oppressive. Wait, this is actually a game where stupid shit happened and I got ahead because of it. Fuck it. Fuck. Alright, I'm battling the crab, they're battling the other enemy.
An enemy has
Oh shit, I
been
got the
slain.
assist for that.
Shut down. Shut down. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Also, does my ulti cooldown seem low to anyone else? It feels kind of low. It's up again? Like, wow. OMG. I own this guy, but I don't know who's behind him.
Rampage.
So how do you guys feel about that TP? Ambitious or really fucking good? It's definitely one of those two. Keeping word. Oh, I'm so sorry. I always forget. I don't know when they added that. Was it season 11? They definitely added that a little bit later than I'm used to.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Dude, I can't believe there's a Gore Drinker Shojin Kane build. These items that seem like they should be going on Kane, man.
An enemy has been slain.
Oh my god, he killed the tower. Is he strong? Is this Rumble strong? Oh, this Rumble is not strong. This is not a strong Rumble. Wait. Oh no. Oh no.
Aced.
This Rengar, by the way, when they have to go Visage, Chem Punk, that this game is due for that guy.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
It's unfortunate.
The faithful never feel
Victory.
Insanity, what about for 73 months? Duo? Wait a sec. You're on the other team, though. Wait, and you're playing AD, man. Wait a second. But I'm down. Like, I have nothing else. I'm down. I want to get to Masters as soon as possible so I can start playing against better players. And it's taking me, like, I'm going at an okay pace, but it's taking me a while. GG, how's the KO? GG. This game was... Who is... Is this your account? Bro, I don't know people's accounts anymore. From McDonald. There's no way. Oh, hell yeah, it works. I'm gonna play some ads. Let me go look for... Oh, take, make it on, but you never give.
Hello?
Yo,
Yeah. What do you want to play AD or me?
dude, I'll play anything, man.
All right.
I'm that flexible, okay? I know I'm that flexible.
Mm-hmm.
I just
It's
want to let you
perfect.
know we didn't lose
Really
a flex
flexible.
game.
That is good to hear. I want some competition.
How did your your scripts go?
They're interesting. Very, very entertaining.
Dude, I saw you playing Draven. I'm like, did Dravens really go Hydra now?
I just saw some Korean Draven one trick doing it, and then I played it, and it seemed really broken.
Oh. I don't know. I've always thought that any Draven can play any item in the game.
Yeah, no, pretty much. As long as it has 80 on it.
Dude, I played against an Ezreal build that went Jack Show, and I swear to God, he was unkillable. Have you seen the build?
That guy might be on some sort of drug, but I can respect that.
No,
It's not the worst build.
I swear that build, it was like, oh my God, what was this? Like Essence Reaver, Bork, fucking Jack Show. I was like, what is going on?
Honestly, that doesn't sound too bad.
Yeah, I'm just trying to bait you to play it. I'll be...
There's no way I'm gonna play that. I'm sorry, I can't
come
do that.
on.
Think I have time for a scab run?
On Tarkov?
Yeah.
I gave up on that game.
It's too hard.
I didn't like the cheater thing.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of cheaters.
And I just feel like I don't feel like the developers are doing a good job tackling it fast enough. So I'm just gonna wait until they do.
The cheater problem stems from the what's it called? Like real trading?
Oh.
Like just trading in IRL, Like the only reason they cheat is because people buy their stuff.
Yeah.
So they just need to fix that. And most of the problem will just go away.
Yeah, easy fix. I'm sure they're gonna do that next month.
No, in like a couple years. And then the game will fully release in like 2020 or 2030 probably.
Yeah.
How have your games been?
Well, I played 2 games as bot where my mid laner went 0-10 essentially, and then my jungle starts the game with mute me before I type a slur, and he was just holding it back the whole game. Like we.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The enemy LeBlanc at 12 minutes had a 25 stack Magi's every game. Because I played against the same one twice, and he like destroyed my mid laner. I was like, oh God.
Yeah, some things never change, honestly. I don't expect much from solo queue nowadays.
Do you want me to go support? Like,
It's up to you.
I got a pocket.
Pocket Heimer.
I love this dude. This dude's chill.
It's a very fun champ.
What do I want to ban though? I've been banning Soraka.
I don't think anybody plays that champ anymore.
Bro. Well, it's like I used to ban Rengar, but a lot of the Rengar one tricks are either too high elo or like just everyone just plays Hecarim and like Jarvan.
Yeah, those champs are OP though. I've been thinking about a comp I want to try. I feel like it'd be so funny. Just like infinite zoo champ. Like everything that can summon animals and shit.
You just play against skill shotters. They're like, fuck this. Fuck. Dude, Yorick alone, sometimes at Belveth, I'm like, oh my God, they summon so much shit.
Oh yeah, that character is not balanced.
Wait, Yorick or Belveth?
Both. Mostly Belveth.
Dude, I don't know how Belveth gets to the point where she could summon like a wave of invaders.
She just takes Herald.
Is that how it works?
Yeah, she gets a form for like I don't even know how long, like 3 minutes maybe. After she kills Herald, she gets one of her ultis, and then if she gets resets on it, it just increases the duration of that form until she dies or it runs out.
Oh.
What do I play?
Bro, just whip out anything. I got you.
Anything?
Anything. You want to play Nasus? I got you. Oh, never. No, don't pick Nasus from that guy. Never mind. Whoa, go Ghost.
Go Ghost?
Yeah.
I don't know about Ghost.
Do you think Ghost makes it too hard for you to catch axes?
No, because it makes up for it.
No, it's cool. It's cool. If you're not comfortable with that much power, just
Bro,
it's
I
fine.
can
No,
juggle
it's all right.
5
Just take
axes.
heal. No, in fact,
I juggle 5 axes.
take barrier. It's okay. It's not a big deal. I got you.
You want? Wait, what does this guy take? Where's the barrier? I'll take heal barrier.
I don't think you'll move against some of these characters then. Yeah, you probably need actually you can take whatever, I don't care. Heal's probably better. But
You don't care?
Yeah, I don't care.
This isn't serious.
Well, I mean like we're gonna win anyways. You just take whatever.
Wait, what skin do I go?
I've been really enjoying the Heimer Stinger.
Heimer, Stinger, and Fright Knight Draven.
Yeah.
Is there a B Draven skin?
I wish. Oh. You ever feel like mid lane going barrier on Fizz is maybe not the best idea?
Is that what our mid laner has?
What the fuck is going on, man?
Yeah, I mean, barrier's not bad on Fizz.
Really? I've never seen that before.
I'm being facetious. I mean, like, this guy, he can just E or, like, dodge the Tristana bomb anyways, so... It's not like there's any damage after that. Maybe he just wants to be full health the whole game.
Wait, is your skin kind of bugging out? Wait, that skin has, like, textures or something. Like, they over the textures for that.
Yeah, it's like Nefiri, right?
Something like that.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Like the Nefiri skin, I think it's the only skin she has. It just looks like it doesn't belong in this game. It looks like it's in an arcade.
30 seconds until
Oh, no, it's because it's moving.
Goggles on.
You see it? It's like actually
I swear,
animated.
your skin is like making my eyes like weird.
Like it's actually just animated. Not bad.
His name is Super Deep Troll.
You don't want to sit up in lane?
Oh, I mean, I just like defending my jungler, but yeah, I'm down.
Oh, our jungler doesn't matter.
What?
That's rule 1 of bot lane.
Do you know how many of these I'm supposed to put down?
I don't know.
No, I'll wait. I'll wait.
Just put 1 down. There you go. I mean, if you set them up at the beginning, you get all 3 back anyways.
Yeah, but I did it to help my jungler, okay? Because I like my jungler. That's Jake, okay?
Oh, wait. It's a remake. Let's not remake.
Wait, do we have to remake? Oh, we should remake.
No, we shouldn't. Oh my god, who put it up?
I'm gonna click it, yeah, dude. We have a mid laner, man.
I knew it. Now. What was the question again?
I beat her up.
Fuck. Alright, good game.
Good game, good game.
I'm gonna
What?
go.
1-0. I should have just went mid.
You should have just went mid that game?
Yeah,
no, I
but
mean,
the problem is like I bought my items already, but like I would have been down to go mid.
it's okay, I didn't want to play Draven.
Okay.
I didn't have enough time to think. There's gotta be something good with Heimer that isn't an 80 carry.
Let me go through the list with you.
I'm just gonna look at
Oh wait, hold on. I have to disenchant
rate
my stuff
synergy.
real quick.
Swain. Oh, you know what we can do? I can
What's
play
up?
a Nibia and stack waves. Like I can W the middle part of the lane and then sit next to the turret, and the minions have to like path all the way around. And then when it drops, they go back to the direction they came from.
Um, the um,
And then it's just frozen on our side the entire game. Then we stack the wave. On a cannon wave, we put all 3 of your turrets down and your ult, and it just takes 3 plates.
oh, and then we run like double demolish.
Yep. I was actually thinking about that. Imagine a team runs 5 demolish.
You're cooking here, man.
All I do is cook.
True. I almost didn't want to accept this. I have so much stuff to go through on my loot. Elliot X Shadow Frost 21. Thanks for subway with shit. Wait, hold on. Prime Gaming. Wait, I didn't think I redeemed the Prime Gaming.
Yeah, I don't even
capsule.
bother with that shit anymore. I just look at it and it's like 300 pages and there's no like quality of life with it. Like you can't just open. Wait, can you open them? You can open multiple actually. I think they changed that.
They just changed this that you can disenchant stuff, which is awesome. Also, why is there not mastery? Whatchamacallit? Mastery 8 by now.
Oh, I mean, I think they forgot this even exists.
It's been a while. Like 7 is like, you know.
Yeah, I mean, you just get your points.
Wait, where are my skins? Where are my skins? Oh, I see them. Okay.
I've still yet to see somebody with higher mastery score than me though.
On what?
Like just total. Like if you look at your profile, it shows you how much you have total. So it's like all of the 7s are
How much do you
added
have?
together. I have 888 on my main account.
888. Oh, like for every character combined?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait, that is a fuckload, actually.
Yeah, I tried to like I just went through every champ and played it until I got it to 7.
Wait, you're crazy.
I was really bored.
Okay, wait, I gotta disenchant everything, right? Oh, that's not the button to disenchant everything. Hold up. Wait, I just got my Twitch Prime Gaming capsule. Oh my god, that's 12 different things. Okay.
You didn't even look.
Yeah, I mean, but like, don't worry about it, because I knew what I was gonna get. It was a sick one. Wait, I have so much mythic essence. Wait, what do I? Okay, wait, hold on. I need to unlock. Okay, 15 shards. Another 12 shards.
See this. You have to open these one by one.
Wait, what?
The emotes?
No way.
You only opened one, man.
Oh my god. Master Disenchant is bad, is it really? Does that save?
Then I think you can only open chests in 10s.
Yes. Dude, I have 61 chests and no keys, man.
Just buy some keys.
Can I buy with blue essence?
Maybe.
Okay, wait.
Actually,
The Essence Emporium is out. Let me go look for. Okay, well.
it's okay. It's a sign.
TB to keep mini live, we can't because it's so early in the game. Oh, I'm mid. Oh shit, you're gonna see some sick stuff from me. Did you know I kept playing? I thought Lissandra mid was really good, and I kept playing her, and I'm like, huh. If the support comes mid like twice before level 9, it's like doomed.
I mean, it's a champ that requires some teammates.
Yeah.
Not great on its own. Like, I think you want to play it with like full damage, just one-shotting your laner, right? But
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
you're literally you're just a CC bot for your jungler.
Yeah, my junglers do like that.
The only thing that matters in mid is your jungle. I hate this game now.
Don't worry, next season when they nerf all the junglers and then they buff all the other characters and they remove mythic items, and then you can now run Omni Vamp plus mythic item on all of your AP units and it sustain infinitely. It's gonna be great.
Mm-hmm. Keep dreaming, buddy.
Huh? But I heard brand mid is good. What are your thoughts?
I don't know if it's good. I actually played it recently though, and it was pretty fun.
Ooh.
Then again, my jungler ganked at level 2, 3, 4, and 5, so
Oh god, wait. Wait, how do I get that kind of jungler?
I have no clue. Personally, I just play like an ape and try to kill myself until my jungler comes. And if he comes, we win the game. If he doesn't, I'm just throwing on purpose, I guess.
Oh, that's how I feel when I play Kassadin. Have you seen like the Ignite Kassadin First Strike? You literally are
Yeah.
just like the other mid laner is like, oh, do I really have to play against LeBlanc? I don't like playing this. What's your favorite pick against LeBlanc?
I have no clue now.
I don't want to play
Tristana's not bad.
Lissandra. I don't wanna play
Lissandra's good too.
Oh,
I mean, you could play Brand if you want. It's probably not that bad.
we're fucking
Oh
going.
god,
We're going in for it.
this is a really vegan draft.
Wait, what do you mean vegan draft, bro? I'm a carnivore.
Okay. I hope so. You got a farming jungler, a farming AD carry, and a farming mid with Ignite.
Wait, farming mid? Hell no. We ain't farming here.
You're you're actually. I feel bad for you this game.
What do you mean?
They have a LeBlanc, a Volibear, and a Leona.
Yeah?
It looks like pain for you.
Wait, what? I feel bad for them. They're against us.
If you survive for 10 minutes, I'll give you $10.
What, you think I'm not gonna live in my lane? Why are you not answering?
I mean, it's not up to you. That's the problem.
No, man, I'm literally looking at the win rates and it says 68.4% that I'm gonna win the game. I did the numbers. I did the math.
Okay. Stats. Stats don't matter.
Wait, now that you bring it up, I'm like, my jungler can never scrap their jungler.
Your
Do you
bot
guys-
lane doesn't have push.
Can you guys get prio bot? I don't want to get roamed on.
Yeah, I can try to force it.
Yeah, push him in. Push him in. Ba, 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 ba. Does he really go Doran's? This feels so weird, man. Oh no. Usually when the junglers say that, it means I'm getting camped.
Oh, I mean, you're gonna get camped for sure.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Oh, this is the LeBlanc that 10-0'd 2 of my mid laners today.
Well,
She's about to
you
10-0
weren't-
3 of our mid laners.
No. You weren't on mid lane, so that's why.
Yeah.
You have the power to change it all. You could send this guy on the biggest losing streak of his life.
Bro, you're gonna get fucking 25 stack Magi at 12 minutes. She's gonna come bottom and one shot you.
Minions have spawned.
Nah, that won't happen.
Do I have to go Merc so I don't have tenacity? Bro, I look
Yeah,
at this
yeah,
comp and I'm
probably.
like,
Mercs are pretty good this game.
I really don't want to shove. Like, what else am I gonna do? Did my creeps do less damage to him, or am I crazy? Oh, he took armor.
Yeah, for the creeps.
Holy moly. I'm literally looking at the creeps hating this guy. I'm like, what the heck?
I just realized I didn't take cleanse versus Leona Jin.
Okay, you're not trolling. Wow, my auto was slow there. What?
First blood.
Nice.
Oh, I queued the wrong person. Man, LeBlanc's clone just fully Diagros there? That kind of sucks.
An ally has been slain.
Honestly, pretty hard to tell which one's which now.
Did they change it?
Yeah, they made it so that she has like the same exact like buffs and items and shit. Like there's no way to just click on it and tell. I think before like there was a way, but not sure now. Intuition is your best friend.
My intuition failed me right there.
An ally has been slain.
Okay, it's honestly not a bad start. Volibear has ganked every lane except for mid.
Wait, what do you mean it's not a bad start?
I'm just saying we're in a good position.
Yeah, I agree. Bro, I hate fucking DC, and I'm playing something that really gives a shit about lane. Fuck, man.
Oh my god.
Enemy double kill. You have been slain.
Oh, he does enough damage to kill me there.
It's a disaster.
I'm surprised. $800 damage with just boots too. What the hell?
Alright. We can win this.
Yeah, but you're not gonna have fun for a bit.
Oh, I'm having a blast.
Really?
It's always fun to play AD carry.
I feel like you're not being truthful.
I'm being honest. I love this role. I just wish my jungler would say hi to me.
Shut down.
Okay. Don't worry, I'll recover this. You're not worried, right?
No, I'm not worried at all.
I'm surprised that reaches. Wow, I actually have to flash that. Okay. Alright, I got it. Not really, but I got it.
You're online?
Not really, but I got it.
Okay. I don't know if that's supposed to give me confidence.
No, but I got it.
Alright, I'm gonna take it as that anyways. I believe Volibear's running straight to bot.
Yeah, but are you sure about that?
Oh, I'm positive. This Leona's looking at me funny.
Don't worry, because I'm running straight to bot. How did you get me pushed that fast?
No flash didn't.
You were right. They were running straight to bot.
Yeah, I might have beat into a wall.
I went
Oh.
over a wall and she was already there. That's unfortunate.
Fiddle's killing this. She's going. Huge.
Yeah, I'm not worried. We scale.
Always winnable.
Agreed.
I can. No, I can't stop him.
Oh.
Has been slain.
Was that their ulti?
An enemy has been slain.
Okay, we traded for that. Thank you.
Yeah, don't worry. I baited the other ulti.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Wait. Wait.
What?
Where's our mid turret?
Bro, I DC'd the lady face after I got solo killed. I'm 3 levels behind.
No excuse, Scarra.
Okay, that is the jungler's problem. Oh, wait, our top laner is more behind than I am. How is that possible? Wait, I DC'd. Huh. Oh, I see we're in a predicament.
Turret plating will soon fall.
Oh my god! Her bone plating came up.
Hmm.
Oh my god, if I just had cleanse, if I had cleanse.
Killing spree.
I'm in pain. I'm in pain, Scarra. He has no flash, I think. Okay.
You have slain.
Nice.
Ah, this game's over.
Winnable. So bot lane's unplayable right now. I might need you to go down there and take over.
Yeah, just take whatever.
Turret has been destroyed.
Actually, I'm gonna take this wave first.
Yeah, we won.
You're online.
I'm something. I'm not even gonna go bot. I'm just gonna go for this top lane. Yo, I'm going bot right now, okay? Just don't die mid. Don't die to this little block right here.
I'm just dead.
Just don't die to her, whatever you do.
Alright, I'm trying not to die. This guy actually just sit in the jungle for 2 minutes straight and not touch the bot wave?
Yeah, that's what she does. Tofu, welcome back for 41 months. What the heck? Thanks for your subbing. I have a feeling she's
Fuck.
here.
Oh, she's definitely there. There she is. I think you win this, honestly.
Yep.
But their support might be coming. And your support's coming too, and I'm coming as well.
Stand ready.
Ah, I didn't fucking hit her.
An enemy has been slain. Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know if yours dead.
An enemy is unstoppable. Your turret has been destroyed.
What the fuck?
Did we get an early drive? Oh, we did. Okay, it's fine. Not worried. I will push another top lane so bad, but
Go for it.
you don't think I'll die here?
No, they're under it. I mean, it's just Urgot, right?
Yeah, you're right.
Now you're scared. Leona here.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Okay, it's okay. You're making time.
He thinks that that last wave may not have been worth it. Wait, this ulti sucks.
I thought Nautilus would block there.
An ally has been slain.
It's okay. In Dota, they call what you're doing making space.
Yeah.
An ally has been slain.
You clean up here? A volley no ult?
Wow, I didn't clean up there. Okay, you clean up here, right?
Ally has been slain.
How did Arpura die?
Or if you were died to Jin? Wait, I thought that guy like.
An anonymous FFO just popped up.
Who do you think did? That was you, right? Don't
Nope.
worry. Nah, for sure.
I don't FF.
I only FF of our mid laners 1-5.
Nah. Never FF. Never give up, never surrender.
I'm still 1,000
Although-
these Archangels, man.
This might be one of those games where we should probably give up, but I'm not gonna give up.
Oh, I mean, yeah, we win at 50 minutes, so it's not a big deal.
Shut down.
Okay, we won. Top's missing, by the way, so be careful of an Urgot thing.
All good. I'll just
Okay,
take this
that might
guy's
be
blue
Baron.
too. Wait, this guy didn't get the bounty bot. I'll get it. You guys winning that?
Hell
An ally has been slain.
Amazing.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Why do these guys already have MR? These guys have so much MR, man.
I don't know, but pretty strong now. I'll just buy this. Fuck it. Alright, I think we can win now.
I mean, I agree. The block spot. Did the ult's up? Wait, your damage is kind of good. Whatever, man.
Shut down.
it's no problem. Wait, this is actually it.
Destroyed a turret.
We're back.
An ally has been
You okay if
slain.
I just keep traveling, right? Yeah, you look fine. Try to get as much as we can here.
That's been fine.
Ooh, why is there a TP top lane?
Protect the wave, I guess. I'm not sure. I gotta defend mid though. I think it's probably gone.
Enemy has been slain.
It seems kind of difficult.
Your turret has been destroyed. You have slain an enemy.
Can chase.
Oh, I don't have anything. Careful behind, careful behind. I have no mana.
Hook,
I
hook, hook, hook.
have no mana, no mana, no mana.
Okay, we win, we win. We don't win.
Alright, T. Dude, I had so much AP from fucking Archangels, man. I need to fucking
Your
buy.
inhibitor has been destroyed.
Fuck, it's over.
Yeah.
Oh, I could have carried.
That's my bad, my bad.
Yeah, it's not your fault. You DC'd.
No, I got owned. God. Why does everyone do this first strike build? This build kind of sucks. I look at like
Yeah,
the stats
depressing.
for mid lane for Cassidy, and this is like the build people go, and I'm like, how do you ever play against a good player with this build?
I mean, I think it's fine versus like melee champs. Like you can probably get away with it in matchups that your champ is actually good into.
But like, I feel like that's like none of them. Like, that no one's gonna pick that shit mid unless it's like Fizz.
Yeah, yeah.
I'll play some ads.
So wait, let me do this. That way we're like almost guaranteed. Oh my god, I just realized I ordered food like 2 hours ago and it's just been sitting there.
Oh, I hate that.
I'll be right back.
What was I gonna do? I want to see the Essence Emporium. Where is that? Home. Shop, store, Emporium. Am I looking for chromas? So there's no skins. There's only chromas. How much juice do I got? I got 150k. Okay. Wait, but I need to get the skin. Wait, how come? Oh, I should probably grab this anyways, right? Hey, what's up, Ori?
MSQ?
Whoa, we're still here.
Oh, perfect.
I heard you were supposed to get some skin. What skin were you supposed to get? The one that wasn't supposed to be on here. There was a skin I saw for our chroma. It was a ribbon one, right? The ribbon ones were not supposed to be on here. Let me go grab those real quick. Because is it the Battle Bunny ones? These were never supposed to come back, right? Oh,
Actually, I really missed the 2v2 game mode.
oh, it's gone already?
Yeah. They removed it so quickly.
I like it. Oh. Yeah, they're all chromas. Unfortunately.
Oh my god, my burrito's still warm.
No
Christmas
way.
miracle.
Did I whatchamacallit? I put put 5 pounds, 6 pounds of chicken, marinate chicken in the fridge just today. So I'm just trying to figure out what I'm gonna make with it later tonight.
Chicken and rice.
I mean, probably, but it's. I mean, yeah, they're chicken thighs. I don't like chicken breast. I feel like.
What if you did like you made Korean fried chicken at home?
I have. I just don't like frying stuff. Honestly, I just don't like. I've done it before, but I'm like, I'm not a big fan of it.
It's a process. Every time I try to fry something in like a pan or like a pot, I just end up burning myself 30 times.
What's it marinated with? Chili oil, salt, pepper, paprika, soy sauce, a little bit of like small amount of sesame oil, a little bit of fish sauce. What am I playing?
It's up to you. I'll adjust. Play whatever you want.
Dude, these guys are double AD. Oh, I want to try this. All right. You're my guinea pig for this.
Support or AD?
AD.
Okay.
I was told this is the highest win rate AP character in the game, but I'm like, okay, every time I play, I'm like, isn't this character ass?
I mean, I think it's like,
But sorry.
it feels really broken some games, and other games it feels really messed up.
Yeah, I feel like I'm the person who's ass that I play this character.
Is it Tristana 80 carry? Oh, dude, I want to play Elise support.
Go for it. Fucking Lahans over here. Probably say I've spent less than $300 on League skins. Congratulations! What about Apex skins?
Actually, if it's Trist AD, this is good.
Oh, have you got full lethality?
On Poppy? No.
Really? It's funny.
Only in the what's it called? In the game mode.
So I know. I'm telling you, the stats are a lie, man. It's all fake.
I'm gonna go Halo Blades.
This guy said, can anyone dodge? Stats are real as a skill issue? Nah, it's never a skill issue.
If they already call me a villain, what would they call me when I succeed?
Yeah, ever since my first game where my fucking Django said he's gonna drop a slur, my chat's just been waiting for it. Literally, and someone dies and they just point to like a clock and they're like it's slur time. Like, man.
Yeah, that's every game I played on my secret account, everybody's just typing them and like trying to get people to finish the word. It's actually really weird.
Dude,
I don't know what happened.
Are crazy in League now.
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Yeah, I miss the old days.
What?
What? I slam him against the wall and then I
Wait, I like that. I like that.
Oh. Oh.
Should I let him come in? Just pretend that it's not warded.
Yeah, I mean, but they don't have a secret anyways. Yeah, what about right here? If he goes over the wall?
Oh,
If
I
the Poppy
like
goes-
that.
You can ward here. Oh, they're starting blue, never mind.
Wait, what if we just go fuck with them?
I'm Poppy, bro.
Okay, you have a ranged buckler, bro.
I'm down though. I'm gonna toss my buckler at him.
Yeah.
He has a hook. Nice.
Alright, I'm good.
Huge.
I'm good. I got my one ravenous flock. We won. That's 12 max HP, by the way.
Seems you left your brave pants at home.
Also, I'm pretty sure I have to shove a little. Why does it turn like that, man?
I might have blocked it.
Dude, I still, to this day, creeps act weird all the time.
Before my ravens.
And like, oh, man.
Level 2, if you pull him, I can flash him into us.
Cat.
Or here.
Hope it's not dented.
Oh, they have to concede.
Yeah.
Strength is the only teacher.
I think if I get hooked, it doesn't even matter. I'm just stand here. I didn't even know if there was a unit in front of me or not.
I just wasted my relic on a creep because my buckler one-shot it.
Oh, wait, you don't have it for this?
No, it's all yours. Did you even get it?
Yeah, I got it.
Please tell me you
No,
got
I
it.
got it.
Okay. It looked like you missed it.
Yeah, it did. My auto.
Oh, I could have slammed him. But if that Thresh is smart, he flash plays me. If he walks here, I'm down to flash Ian.
Okay,
Give
I'd like to
your E,
be
right?
3. Yeah, yeah.
Is a subtle art.
He needs to walk up a bit though. Actually,
These guys are playing far fucking
maybe
back.
as he pushes out, maybe. Oh, Echo's running through the jungle here.
I will
Sure.
not tolerate
Give E, right?
interference.
Yep.
Don't move.
Wait, you're a beast. Wait, you're the best Poppy support I've ever played with.
Thank you.
Time I've come.
The best skin in the world too.
An enemy has been slain.
Submit.
I don't even think I used my Halo Blades there. Oh, I did. Oh, I can make it in time.
Oh my god, you're incredible.
Look at this guy.
This will be my offering.
No getting through me.
Oh, he still has heal?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. I thought I thought he used
No, I
it.
mean, I thought he had it, or didn't have it either.
What? He died without using it. Whatever. We're shoving.
Conquered nation is a loyal one.
Not today.
Key this. Oh, thank you. I think they can kill this guy after this chunk.
Hold on.
Oh.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh, never mind. 5 HP.
Maybe I can kill him. Oh, Trip is here. Fuck. Actually? Alright, I'm a psychopath for this, but
An enemy has been slain.
Wait. Oh, you can get him.
Double kill.
Okay, okay. Grab the buckler. Wait.
I'm good. I don't need it.
Oh, you...
I thought I picked it up.
wait. The hitbox is kind of small.
Yeah, it's extremely small. I get that a lot.
I may look like I lost that trade, but
Oh, it looks like you won. I think. Oh, it wasn't even. It was a bot. I'm here.
can you hit the creep real quick?
An enemy has been slain.
Thank God I killed that thing fast enough, man.
Wait, where are you?
Wait, I have 50 life.
Double kill. An ally has been slain.
Okay, I got him.
Killing spree.
Okay. Support Poppy's broken.
I mean, honestly, I feel like I'm doing damage that I shouldn't be doing.
No, that's just your character.
Like, it says 92, but I'm hitting them for 180.
Yeah, it's 92 twice.
Yeah, but it's 180 twice is what I'm saying.
Yeah, no, that's just your character. I'm telling you, your character's not balanced. Damage-wise.
I think these numbers are bugged. I don't believe them.
Dude, whenever I play Poppy Lethality in Arena, it always felt like...
Felt like
she
what?
she did too much damage.
Rampage.
Yeah.
Incompetence.
I think we can dive them.
Time to try.
If Trista walks against the wall, get your E ready. Oh shit.
Has been slain.
Well, that worked out, kind of.
That guy is so sad, man. My
Oh,
ulti
fuck,
just
oh,
came
fuck.
up.
Shut down.
Just how I thought it would go. You guys win this out. You guys win that too? He's level 5?
Rampage.
Wow, that guy is fucking sad.
I saw Echo pop over the wall and I thought he'd have ult.
Yeah, oh, I thought he was gonna go fucking crazy.
Oh, you're dead. Get your stack.
Got him.
Down.
Or not. Whatever, I'm going on this guy.
Wait, you just beat him up, man. Yeah.
I have already walked the halls of death. In the
Yo, look up, look up, look up, look up.
Yeah, I'm watching them, but
Unstoppable.
not look that great.
Killing spree.
Oh, it looks okay actually.
Where did he go?
I don't know. Lantern maybe?
Oh, probably.
Rose Noxus.
Yeah, I don't have words yet. There's a word here too. Don't watch me.
You have slain an enemy.
Well, I killed the other guy.
Unstoppable.
The Thresh? My ignite was 0.5 and he jumped away from it.
Oh, I thought you killed them.
I was going to. Timing was off. My W.
I can't believe you just straight up win the 1v1 like that.
Yeah, this champ just fucks Tristana.
Like, I'm watching, I'm like, okay, that Tristana is doing 0 damage to you.
I mean, I can pretty much just E onto her and then stay on top of her the entire time, because if she ever W's, I just have my W ready.
I'm starting to see why Swain got a lot better. When did they change how his ulti cooldown feels really low now? I don't know when they changed it. Wow. What do you think that guy's thinking right now?
Oh, there's an echo. I think he's just like, what is happening to me? Oh.
Wait, I wasn't sure whose Kled that was, but I heard the sound.
Rampage.
You okay?
Your team has destroyed a turret.
You are okay.
You have slain the enemy. Turret plating will soon fall.
Can't wait for the Triss to come back here. I need to solo her again. She's
I have no
coming-
mana this time. I
Oh.
think she's mid.
Wait, she didn't want to come back?
I guess not. I almost just flashed in base. Wait, how much is my stun? It goes up that much.
Oh, this even shot item looks so good.
It's, I mean, it was better before they nerfed it, but like, I don't know, it's just good on any champ that has any bit of CC. It's so messed up.
Yeah.
Just turns your character into an actual damage champ.
A cripple.
Can't believe it's only
Here,
7%. But
bot.
it feels like.
It was 10% before.
Oh.
I mean, even 7 is a lot.
Wait, they gave up.
Yeah.
We must remind them of their place.
Oh, it used to be 12%? Holy moly, man.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yeah, dude,
I'm
when
in
I
a
feel,
wall.
I feel like when I play Swain, I just never have enough stacks.
Empire above all.
Nice.
Another piece.
We finally won a game.
Wait, I mean, we're gonna win all our games. The only reason we lost is because I trolled. This game, though, easy.
No, it's because you DC'd.
Oh, no, I'm pretty sure we.
You DC'd, and our Fiora still had a worse scoreline than you.
Okay, yeah, that was pretty funny though. Let me go play some ads. Gigi Gaming will come out for 23 months. Wait, Poppy's broken. You've convinced me.
Yeah, his champ looks fucked up. Oh my god, I got 80 LP.
80? What is that account at?
Emerald 3.
Oh shit, I'm at Emerald 1. You know, I feel like the Emporium, this doesn't sound really weird, this should have gacha every day. Like a daily gacha box that you should log in and purchase.
I think you're gonna give them too many ideas.
Am I stupid? No, just for like the blue essence.
Oh yeah, no, sure.
Like, wouldn't that
that's
be
fine.
cool? Like, I feel like
Wait.
that's, people love fucking boxes.
Yeah, no, I think they should just have a slot machine in their store. You can
Yeah.
just put RP into it.
Yeah.
You have a chance to like just triple your RP.
Exactly. Wait, how do I get keys? I have 50 boxes, like literally.
You just have to play a lot of League.
Okay, no, like, can I buy keys?
I think it's in loot. Yeah,
Okay.
keys are in loot.
I wish that League never fucked over their like store. Like I wish they never did all of these weird ass like currencies. Like they had a system I think that was okay before, and they had years to make a better system, and it never worked out.
I mean, they've had years to do a lot of things positive for League, but
Nah, you're gonna fix it, dude. When you win Worlds, and then they'd be like, "Yo, man, what do you want?" You're like, "I want you to fix League. Stop working on Valorant. Get those people off."
I think it's too late for that. We just won Valorant Worlds in NA, so it's meant to be for them.
We want TFT Worlds as well. I'm just saying, like, one of the games seems to be falling behind.
It's not my fault.
Huh?
It's all because you left League.
That's true, bro. If they let me stream LCS, I'm just saying.
Wait, you don't have rights?
No, I mean like when I left,
Oh,
like they were like,
Oh.
"Don't, you're not allowed to stream." I'm like, "Okay, cool."
but they killed League. They didn't let you. Stream.
Yeah, it was
That's-
entirely a me thing, not a them to me thing.
What did you do to them?
It's more like what they didn't do to me, man. Honestly though, I'm like, I wanna. Are you going to Worlds? I might go just because I wanna, like, I wanna see group stage.
I mean, I might go for a boot camp.
Oh yeah, I hear a lot of people are going for boot camp.
Yeah, Worlds in Korean solo queue. Gonna be fun.
Oh, are you going before or after? Because Revenge City might go after because it's better. Like,
Probably before and then stay the whole time.
oh, okay, that makes sense.
Like, I've never understood people who go like in between and then leave and then take a break before LCS.
Well, a lot of people need the mental refresh.
Yeah, it's what these couple months are for, man.
That's true. That is true. You're not wrong.
Reset, then go grind.
Question: if you're playing against Shiv LeBlanc, is there like any hard counter, or is it just like a?
Everything against Shiv LeBlanc, because she goes 80 items early, is just even or she's winning.
What?
Like, it's a champ that has longsword and mobility and pretty high base damage spells, right?
Yeah.
So like naturally she's just gonna win laning phase versus most champs, and then the champs that she gets countered by before just get shit on because she has a longsword.
That feels so lame.
Or you could play Kaisa mid into it.
Kaisa mid?
Yeah, you just match the Shiv and then you start winning after Shiv.
Still feels lame. I'm gonna go play Sway
Yeah,
again.
it is.
I feel like I didn't really get a game of it because I'd like to actually have ultied in a team fight for me to figure out if it was good or not.
I mean, playing solo queue, I doubt we're gonna get to the team fight stage.
No, for sure. I die a lot. Trust me, we're gonna get to the team fight stage.
Yeah, but that means our team's gonna mental boom.
That's
So
fine.
it's either our team or their team.
That's fine.
Is it?
Yeah. Bro,
All right.
I'm
I
just
mean, if you
saying
say so.
I haven't been called a slur today. I'm
Yeah,
way
I mean, we're up
over
good.
the amount of
That's good.
games. Yeah, I'm up good.
So you're saying we're due?
Yeah. I would
Alright,
say
well,
I was due a couple
not this
games
game.
ago.
Hopefully it's not this game.
Wait, I think we win.
I think we do too.
I swear Morgana feels like the biggest awful champ ever.
Yeah,
But
they
like,
need to rework that
but
champ.
like I swear I'll just get hit with stuff and I'll be like, well, I'm the awful player. Also, do you feel like I should go bone plating?
Bone plating is probably terrible.
Oh, second wind?
I think conditioning's probably good.
Yeah. I have default conditioning, but I'm always just like, it looks like we're gonna scrap so hard early.
I mean, if we're gonna scrap, second wind is better than beat or bone plating because this guy's just gonna break it with his W anyways.
Yeah, I mean, we're scrapping, right? Like this, it doesn't look like we're making it to 10 minutes without dying.
Yeah, I mean we're scrapping.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, Vi's looking pretty good. Anyone
Yeah,
who
Vi's
can
been.
use it, that like Shojin Gore Drinker thing looks pretty good.
Yeah, I mean she's been broken since before that too.
Really?
Yeah, she's been broken for like a year.
There's always those characters that I feel like are broken, but you need to put in like time in them. And like that's why no one like gets there. Like I feel like Rengar's been broken so much. Like usually he's broken for about like 50% of the year. But like
Yeah.
but like to play him, you have to actually be like really good.
I mean, personally, I'm of the opinion that a lot of those champs aren't actually like what's it called? Don't require as much playtime as people think.
I don't know. I feel like I always see these huge differences in mechanical skill for Rengar players. Like,
I mean, it's also because you only see the Rengar players, right? Like, I feel like I have never seen some guy just pick Rengar because he's bored.
wait, no, I do that.
Oh,
Wait, well, like, I also just like you do that too.
yeah, but I don't know. I played Rengar a shit ton before too, so like when I play it again, my muscle memory just kicks in.
Can we fuck with?
I
them?
guess the learning curve is pretty weird.
Yeah,
I think so. If they walk into it.
There's some people where I feel like the learning curve is not that high. Like Vi is like a, okay, man, I can put 20 games on Vi. I feel okay. But like, if
Actually,
Minions
okay, that
have
champ,
spawned.
I think you can. Okay, the skill floor for that champ, for
Yeah.
sure, I can agree. But like, there are some people who are like really nasty at that champ.
oh yeah, the people who do cooldown weaving perfectly for their passive are really good. Are we camping this? I mean, we might as well, right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I mean, that kind of champ like Vi, it's more about not learning the champ skills, but learning like how creative you can be, dodging vision over walls and stuff.
Yeah, like it's not mechanics, but it's like game knowledge.
Yeah.
Do I do E here?
I think you can do E if they don't walk into us. I don't think they're gonna walk into us. What the fuck?
What the fuck? What?
Oh, I'm dead. No flash? Or he's
Do you
on?
see where the second thing happens? Like
Nope.
I didn't get a I didn't get my E back because the hitbox barely missed. That sucked, man.
Okay, no flash Ezreal is good for us.
No flash Morgana either. Dude, I can't.
Can't believe I died. Oh,
Okay, I got free kill.
huge. I can burn this guy's E here. No, he didn't. Oh, works.
Try to die with dignity.
Will he go for this cannon?
No fucking way he's not backing right now. Dude, isn't it so sad? Okay, there we go. So, it's so sad when the cannon lives with like 1 HP.
Yeah, like the minions just randomly decide to aggro something else for fun.
Right there, our cannon aggroed to his minion for
Is a
fun.
subtle art.
Oh, we won. Wait, what the fuck? He never bought. What?
Have Q and
Oh,
two.
sorry, the range there was a little bad.
Look here.
Ally has been slain. An enemy has been
Nice.
slain.
I think you lose that.
An ally has been slain.
If you insist,
Ugh.
Fuck, my stun didn't go off even though you rooted him.
An ally has been slain.
Can I walk up without dying here?
I think you're fine. As long as you don't get hit by his W.
the ends of war are
I mean, he has no E now. Fine. Please. I can't get it.
Do you see the Arcana switch targets twice there?
Yeah, I don't know why it does that.
Dude, I don't feel behind at all, by the way. I have 1300.
No, I mean you're fine. I'm behind.
Yeah. Do you want to go Sword Shoes here or Lost Chapter? What do you think? I go Sword.
Probably
Right?
Watch after.
Damn. Oh, man, I
I think
really.
Lost Chapter then Sorks. Fine.
Yeah, maybe. Wow. That guy's high. Like that guy's for sure on something.
Oh, this guy has no mana. You wanna go slowly?
Saw. Ghost in 15.
Alright. Oh my god, I have some problems.
I didn't want to flash.
I think
for
he's
that, but I
scripting.
should've. Yeah, for sure. Movese's broken on your character. I mean, literally, look at my character.
his
You
base.
think I spike with Lost Chapter? You think I need the mana? I don't even need the mana. I'm telling you, Stork Shoes here was actually really fucking good. I actually regret not buying it.
Executed.
If you burn his shield once, maybe we can kill. I can just last hit these for you.
I will not tolerate interference.
Ah.
There's no shield now, I'm gonna base. Actually, if he stays and you hit him, I'm out. Actually, is this warded? No way, it's warded.
Wow, that guy moved perfectly there. Someone's here.
No flash. Nice.
Wait, I thought someone was here. This guy's fucking
I thought so
crazy.
too. Why is mid? Jace is mid. Game is weird.
More than what we do not understand. We fear being understood.
Fuck, I don't like the items.
Oh, Irella's going crazy.
The gold buy seems weird
flash?
here. I'd
Flash
rather
Q?
do this. Also, guys, We are really is actually going crazy.
Hey, you played that well.
Yo.
Just press Q. What's going on here?
I mean, you can't do anything about it. That's just. Yeah, I remember there was a 5-player in Challenger, it's a Metroid or whatever, who used to do level 4 Dragon
Break every game?
every game. And I'm like,
Yeah.
there's no way he gets away with this every game, man. And then he
Yeah,
coin
we
flipped
don't-
it, and then if he died there, they didn't even have to word. If they died there, he's lost the game.
Yep, I remember that.
I did not have. Oh my god.
Oh.
I'm mad.
Thank you.
Oh, we're both bad.
I didn't think this guy would stay on the map and gank bot.
But. Oh god.
It's okay though. 'Cause now we have home guard.
When does home guard kick in 8 minutes?
Well, every time you die, it kicks in. Game is really good. And then the regular home guard kicks in at 10, I think, or 12. Actually, you watching this guy?
I stopped the answer back.
That's perfect. That's perfect.
You got it right.
I got this guy.
You dare oppose Noxus.
Thanks. Oh, I might be griefing. The turret didn't
Hello?
reset. The turret didn't reset. I would have lived and stunned that guy. But now you kill them both, right?
An ally has been slain.
Irelia is coming.
Rampage.
Huge.
Double kill.
It was perfect.
Yeah. Good job.
Thank you.
I saw you die there. I'm like, that's not how I expected that to go. Wait a second.
I mean, I thought the turret would reset the damage, but it didn't reset it, so I took 400 damage from a shot.
Oh, whenever that happens, I feel so bad. Wow, you're here already, man. The hope cards are pretty good.
Home guard Bobby boots,
Wait,
yeah.
I need to stay one for Leandri, so that's why I'm still here.
I'm just getting my cannon minion.
You might need to run in.
What is going on here?
What is going on?
An ally has been slain.
No,
Sure.
we're going to T-Fights Escape. Thank God.
Yeah, I'm gonna eat some EXP mid.
Okay, I got Morgue bound. My bad.
We must remind them of their place.
I got my Leandries, by the way. This game is in the
Is
good
there a
spot.
down there?
I think the
Here.
Ezra left.
An
Here, watch
enemy
me.
has been
I
slain.
am.
Wow. This guy's a goat.
Shut
Dude.
down.
Bro, you're playing this against scripters?
Slain.
Yeah, this guy's too good. I don't know what to say.
An ally has been slain.
That's all you, by the way.
What the fuck? I got exhausted, man.
Have been slain.
Wow, he killed you with that
Double
auto.
kill.
Yeah, PT is OP. Nice.
Wait,
Nice, we can win.
We're literally playing with the Aurelia King right now. Aren't you in time? No, I got hit with the exhaust.
God, I didn't see this guy had stopwatch.
It is there in the silence after battle. It is there in
An ally has been
Nice try.
slain.
Oh, we're here. Whoa, this guy's so far.
An enemy has been slain.
God. Oh, I should mid, I think.
weak of body, weak of mind.
Trying to kill this guy here? He's gonna go for his raptors.
Watching.
Enemy killing.
What the fuck?
I got it. Careful, look it down.
He's getting solo killed by this guy?
Your turret has been destroyed. Turret plating will soon fall.
I don't know what's
I'm
going,
so
what's going on,
confused.
man.
I'm like actually so
We're killing
confused
this
right now.
Let's go.
What?
What? Bro, you're literally getting oats. I
Dude.
feel like you just got scripted. That was a crazy dodge.
There's not even a ward there.
That was an insane fucking dodge. That was really lucky, man. Holy shit. Holy moly.
That guy like had a mouse malfunction or something.
Yep. Oh, I forgot. I'm giving Silas his best ulti. Like mine and Alistair ultis are so good for him, man.
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Oh, he saw you. Oh, you died? I thought you would live there.
Wait. Wait.
What? Why did everybody on their team just run into the turret?
Wait, it's kind of. Wait, I kind of like this game. This game's so funny.
I feel like I'm in a cartoon.
Also, I didn't realize our Zed's like really far behind.
An enemy has been slain.
But it's
You
okay.
should say that more often.
Because their chase is also 0-5.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Pretty sure once I get realize like this game's free. The problem is like
This guy's gonna check me. Oh, he's not gonna check me.
Bro, they're in your head this game, man. Just give up.
Dude, I'm overthinking.
just give up, man.
Try to die with dignity.
They're formatting our earlier.
An
It's
ally
fine, make
has
a free
been
tower.
slain. Your team has destroyed a turret.
Dude. Wow, we both A4, we both fucking. It was a little too.
This guy is kind of illegal, right? Oh my god. Dude, he's hit everything on me. I believe you lose that.
Oh my.
He's gonna ult here.
Whoops. Wait, this guy's a freak.
Oh, you are dead, by the way.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna get dope for sure here.
Okay, you outplay this. Oh, he's not going for it.
Patience is a virtue, but it
Dude, my health bar is just non-existent.
Okay, let me.
I'm like so used to me playing Poppy right now.
What am I even supposed to do? Sonya's demonic? Sure.
Enemy killing spree.
Please, man, I don't have more abilities.
I can pop off with here.
Has been slain. Shut down.
I'll push bot way with my W.
Maybe get it lower. Here, you want the cannon?
Nah,
Oh, never mind.
I'm just gonna push it.
I gave it to you.
Oh, nice. Let's go.
a truce in all but name.
Wait, this Ezreal went from like kind of negative to like, wait a second. This guy's kind of strong.
I'm not sure who fed him.
An enemy has been slain.
The ends of war are dead.
Shut down.
That champ looks balanced.
Your team has
Please come back, bro. No. Wait, we kind of want this red, right?
I want it, yeah.
Yeah, I don't want it. Yeah, just ulti it. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Oh.
Wait, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, things aren't really going your way this game.
I'm gonna send you the number to my therapist. I think you need help.
Secrets whispered in shadow, and a wave reaching my ears.
Whoa! Whoa!
Holy shit.
Oh,
You wanna split that shit?
of course. Word here. Yeah, this guy's actually scripting. Guy just hooked his fucking.
Do not like being here.
An enemy
I'm
There-
so close to Hourglass, by the way. I'm good. I'm good.
Oh, there's a Vi here. What the fuck? She spawned on the Raptors.
What the fuck? That's a rare spawn right there.
That's like 1 in 100.
Damn, we won the gotcha roll right there. What the Wait, I swear, where did she come from?
I don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know what just happened there.
Oh, he is not spider.
That just went through me. I don't understand this game anymore.
Bro, you play for a living, man. I don't understand this game.
Zed doesn't win that?
Wait,
Like-
there's no way. No, there's no way. There's no way. Oh no,
No, I mean,
man.
he messed it up, but... What even happened?
Yeah, you got this, or do you need me to get it? Yo, I'm on way. Where is his vibe?
He spawned on Grump this time.
Shit.
Incompetence surrounds me.
I gotta say, someone, yeah. The hourglass is broken. Bro, stop trying, man. This mark is in your head.
I'm gonna keep trying. You can't make me give up. Oh, that is a dangerous man right there. You're welcome.
enemy triple kill.
Man, why is the stats gonna be so strong, man? Alright, we're a little too crazy.
I don't know how much I trust the Zed.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
No, what you... Oh, right there, you saw it? Let's go. What?
Wait,
I
what?
saw-
How much is Axiom?
Wait, it doesn't work on your ulti, right?
It does.
Wait, I played
It goes down in CD while your ult is like reset.
Oh, I bet the actual like true damage doesn't increase. But I
What
guess
on
it-
Axiom?
Yeah, because I
What
tried
do you
it.
mean collector?
I tried it in arena. And
Wait,
like,
Axiom just resets your ulti, no?
wait, did they change this again? Am I fucking stupid?
You're talking about collector, no?
Oh, access to increase old CDR in Summoner's Rift. Okay, I've been playing too much.
Oh, right.
I've
I
never
forgot the
built
items are different there.
I've never built the item in normal.
Yeah, you have. I told you to build it on Karthus and you did it.
I don't even remember that game. It was so long ago. Alright, we're running it. Hold up.
Oh. Found a fish. The big base.
Fish number 2.
Oh, what? You saw that, right? Like I had that. He just got clipped by it at the beginning.
He's just in your head, bro.
Bro, like I predicted where he was gonna E to perfectly. He just got clipped by it.
Wait, that was his EQ? Oh, that's not do that much damage.
Yeah, he has Gore Drinker.
An enemy has been slain.
I love when people play against Hecarim, and it's just like you just can't play the game.
Yeah. It
That-
does, his hammer form does so much damage now.
That's my least favorite, whatchamacallit, character to play against, actually, Hecarim.
Same.
The new Gore Drinker is like, it's like you just can't do anything if you're playing a, I don't know how to describe it, like a immobile character.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your team has destroyed.
Dude, this Morgana's like scaring my Zed off. Nah, I hate champs that can farm and gank like perfectly.
An ally has been slain.
And also take no damage and have 0 CDs.
Oh, you don't like it that they heal infinitely as well?
No, that part's not too bad, honestly.
You can't win this.
I mean, you can try. I'm right behind you.
Did I need to Zanya's that? Would that have
Oh
killed
fuck,
me?
we need to run. We need to run. No, it wouldn't have killed you. You want to try?
Oh no, 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 please, dear God. Oh, wait, I'm good, Yep, yeah, yes, yes.
I have ult again. You kill him again? Oh my god, what is happening?
Silas was straight up.
It's okay. It's okay, we're ending the game.
Silas is straight up. What do I do? He's just me, but like kind of good. It's fine. I got Oblivion Orb now.
Yeah, that's all you. I'm not buying that shit.
I'm full build.
Oh wait, can I buy this finally? Where is it? Oh my god, let's go. After completing the quest, don't I have it? Oh, I do. Nice.
Watchful Wardstone? What?
It gives me 19 AD.
That's an okay amount. Depending on how much that costs.
And 3 pinks.
Oh, that's pretty good. Oh my god, I hit him for it. That's a pretty good amount of damage. Wow, I almost hit that.
We must remind
Okay, why don't we just leave?
Nope, walk back into it. I would just keep running, just let our Hecarim die. Oh, now we can go.
Bro.
It's okay, we didn't lose the game.
This Silas does so much damage.
At least I think we didn't lose. Yeah, that champ is messed up. With your ult.
Yeah, he has like the best ult in the game for him.
Your turret has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
A minor setback. Nothing more.
Oh. What's going on?
An ally has been slain.
Tried to snipe him.
The enemy's
Dude, I'm just
inhibitor
saying this Silas has 6 full items and I'm in a lot of pain.
We just have to avoid him.
Weak of body.
Right.
Just kidding,
yeah.
I don't think we can. Oh, I'm gonna get this ward, I don't care. Ooh, another one. Oh, there's a fight behind us. Wow, she didn't go over the wall there.
Wait, we'd have murdered her.
You think so?
Yeah, I do so much damage. It's just like I get stuck with this stupid ass Silas, so it doesn't look like I do damage.
Mm-hmm. Hey, watch this. Oh, he's not there.
And to think, they called me.
Whoa, we need to get out. We need to get out.
You need to get out, I think. Alright, perfect. I don't want that red buff. Okay, take it.
You guys should take it.
Yeah, I'm gonna base.
Some say the darkness.
Wait, I don't even need it back
The
yet.
enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Holy shit, I got my watchful wardstone upgrade. 55 AD.
What? Wait, that's a lot.
Yeah, and 20 haste.
Wait, that was really good. What?
Oh shit. Is that a reset?
An enemy has been slain. Enemy killing spree. You have slain an enemy.
Got it.
Shut down. Enemy triple kill. An enemy has been slain. Enemy quadra
Wait,
kill.
she killed him in 3 hits.
Down. Ace.
I'm kind of impressed. What? Wait,
Same.
did you get 2 or is this 1?
Let's see. Halfway, 5 seconds.
Yeah, put down the ward for this TP.
Your team has destroyed an
You just gotta not get hit with Morgana ulti, okay? Or Morgana bind.
I suffered this for you.
I mean, I guess, bro. What is this guy doing? Oh, he's stalling for Ezreal ult.
We have red buff, so.
Oh, he actually sent it that way. I think if I path straight to mid there, I could have gotten both.
Nah. Bot one's good enough.
Do not try my patience.
Dude, I'm so fast. Holy shit.
Oh, I hate him. What? 60 stacks? I get
Shut down. An enemy has been slain.
we kill everyone that's not that guy. Fuck.
Watch me here, maybe?
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
I have ult again, by the way.
An ally has been slain.
Oh,
It's out, it's out.
my W gives me 115% movement speed.
Wow. Holy fuck. You
I hit 866, holy shit.
Has destroyed a turret.
Wait.
Down.
Wait. It's not over. Wait, I literally just started. Oh.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Dude, what is his damage?
How much is this thing giving me?
Yeah, it's not
39
over.
AP. Okay.
Never over till it's over.
I have 4,300 HP. My Ravenous Flock gives me 800 HP. What the hell? Wait, that's so much.
I'll give it back. It is there in the silence of the
Dude, this Zed's popping off.
Double kill. Shut down.
Did I sell my support item yet? Is that worth it?
I kind of like the wards, but it's still late. We don't really need them. We have both buffs. Go for
I mean,
it.
I have 4k gold, like, I don't know, I want to buy something else.
Yeah, sell it. It's definitely not useful now.
My next item, though. What gives me the most lethality?
submit.
An enemy has been slain.
Wow.
Wait, I only get... Nah, okay, I have to keep my fucking support item. It gives me the same amount of AD. Actually, Swain with Cloud Soul is so fun.
A summoner has disconnected. Victory.
Good work.
This became a really weird game.
Yeah, I don't know how I ended up with 21 kills.
Yeah, I also don't know how the opposing Silas ended up with 21 kills.
Oh, I know how.
How much damage did people do that game? Oh, it was a fuckload. Everyone did so much. Like, that's like a perfect game for Swain. Where, like, I'm playing against
Bunch of champs I want to
Radiant
dive in,
19
yeah.
takes a sub over this stream. I'm gonna play some ads. All right, I'm gonna go pee and get some water. I'll
Right.
do the queue up, but if it pops up like here, it's just whatever. I've been enrolled for a century. It's been like 5 hours tops.
God damn it, Scarra.
Oh. All right. I went 15 days ago. That's not true.
Welcome back.
Oh.
You missed the cute.
Thanks. Did you see the one chip challenge got pulled from shelves after someone died eating it?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he ate like 12 of them.
No, I don't know what happened, but that's the only spicy challenge I will never do.
I tried it.
Really?
Yeah, I took a little bite of that chip. I did it in between scrims. I
Lily,
was really bored.
Lily ate it and had stomach pain so bad she went to the ER.
Yeah, it's not worth it. Like,
yeah, that is crazy.
it's like what? I actually wonder how much it is on the Scoville unit scale.
I don't think it's that bad heat wise, but there's something in it that is bad. Emerald 4LP on the 5th? There's no. Yeah, and then I played Flex Q. And I didn't even stream one day. Bro, you a fit? That's 2 days ago. I didn't even play solo queue yesterday. Bro, you guys are on something today, man. You're literally celebrating my downfall every game.
That is crazy. Reading this like article on it,
Do you get this
talking
updated
about
sometime?
peppers, and then some guy apparently ate ghost peppers, and he
What
ate,
is
like vomited
that?
so much from it that he tore a hole in his esophagus.
Oh. Ew. Emerald 15 days ago? I didn't even play 15 days ago, bro. I was... What? Emerald... I got Emerald 1 2 days ago. I was plat.
How well can you tolerate spicy food, Scarra?
I would say I'm about... I don't know. Have you had Yup Duck before?
Yeah,
I can do their mild.
they're mild.
Dude, that place has like the most random, I shit you not, the most random bullshit.
Very mild, original, extra spicy. I think I tried the original when I first ordered it.
Yeah, that's my placements. It doesn't count.
That was pretty spicy.
I started plat. Literally look at my other games. That's what happens when you get brain rot from looking at stats sites all day, man. You just can't see the truth. It's all right, man. No big deal. That's what I'm here for. What do I play?
I don't know. Let me know. Trying to pick my champ. If you don't know, I'm gonna pick Thresher Blitz.
Play Blitz, and I'll figure out the other.
All right, I'm gonna go full AP.
Cap. I feel like this owns, right?
Heimer Blitz, yeah, it has to be good.
Yeah.
I mean, your champ counter is Nautilus.
Yeah, my champ just counters everyone. Dude, I literally played yesterday, and I let Revenge Volley one game. The enemy hybrid support got like 10-0, and I was like, what is going on, guys?
do I go? Oh my god, they picked Sivir. GG. I mean, honestly, I think we can just hook the Nautilus and kill him.
Yeah. I do like the skin a lot, though. Heimer Stinger? Yo, match my skin. Oh, no.
I don't think I have, like, a B skin. Does this count? It's like
Sure.
the same exact
We
colors.
got close enough. We got close enough.
What about this one?
Rusty. I like Rusty.
I gotta go this one.
Oh, I like that one. Yo, you want to do something really, really cheesy?
What?
Okay, I want to... Wait, what side are we on? Are we blue?
We'll figure it out in game.
Yeah. Okay. Roll with it. Where do they go here? Where do they go? Bottom bush.
Bottom bush? Third one?
It's this one.
Oh, that one? Alright, how about this? Just get to the bush, be patient, I'm gonna flash over the wall.
Wait, I'm gonna put all 3 turrets in there and you just fucking drop them.
Welcome.
Oh, you mean with like a hook?
How do I meet girls playing League? Just be a Chad 80 carry.
Oh, straight there? I mean, if he's smart, he could just be here, but...
Nah, there's no fucking...
You know, it's fine. Respect.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Alright, this is perfect time to take a bite of my burrito.
Minions
Do you-
have spawned.
Oh, should I wait? Worded lane for you?
Uh-uh.
Oh, wait, maybe you want to step a little bit farther back. You make sure he gets all of the turrets, you know.
I'm not gonna hook them.
Oh!
They're gonna
Oh!
walk into the bush and I'm
Oh,
gonna eat
no
'em.
way! Oh, no way! Wait.
Hook is actually same damage, so maybe. If we die, we die, okay?
Yeah, we're not moving. I'm gonna.
But I'm
flash
pretty
over the
sure we
wall.
win this anyway.
I'm pretty sure I flash over the wall with this. Okay. Don't hook, just don't hook.
This behavior is highly inefficient.
Okay,
Taz is coming, you gotta stay with the turrets. We win this. Stay with the turrets. Stay with the turrets.
42. There's just something
Wait.
about that number.
Oh my god!
Has been slain.
Alright, have a good start. Luke, bye.
Fucking what? Wait, I didn't get any kills. Wait, who got the kills?
Me.
Oh, fuck, man.
Eureka!
I think the only way we lose that is if we leave the turrets, and the only way they lose that if they run into them.
Yeah, I thought they would just run away. Why
I had a
would be
feeling.
like-
I had a feeling. Something about that felt like they're just sitting here watching this, saying this is really illegal.
Yeah, no, they was really illegal.
Two. I knew it. Now, what was the question again?
You're gonna base?
I'm a TP back.
Oh, you have TP.
Yeah, I mean, do you want me to stay with 200 life? I feel like if the jungle comes, it's not gonna be good for us.
I don't think he's coming bot after that.
Did I leave
I'm
the
here.
emulator on?
Oh, what happened to your turrets?
Bro, he got owned.
It's smaller than the
Remember when you could
diagram.
Q flash his blitz?
No, when was that?
It's like, I think beta or before season 2.
I don't like that Sivir can.
An enemy has been slain.
What the fuck?
This will put a wrench in their plans.
Kill here, right? Nope.
Well, I feel like we're owning, but I can't tell. Are we owning?
Kind of. If I hook not, I think we can kill him. Actually, I'm pretty sure Silas is here. Oh, maybe I can get him through the minions.
Wait, hold up a sec. His Doja Cat saw I'm good.
Oh, my cannon. Do you have a ward?
Yeah. God, when this like they can't leave. We can't leave.
I need you to kill those minions. Alright.
Oh, I hit her.
I'm out of the bush.
It's smaller than the diagram.
I'm gonna hook the Nautilus.
One step closer
Oh
to
my
like an
god.
understanding.
Dude, you're just getting
I can't predict the movement.
space, man.
She have spell shield?
Yes, but she hasn't used it yet.
I'm about to do
Maybe she doesn't have it.
the sweet smell of science.
Have slain an enemy.
You win this?
Double kill.
Wait, this guy is so fucking sad. There's no way this guy is not crying right now. He's so sad.
You know, I just keep walking in and out of the bush and your turret's next to me and this guy keeps thinking he's gonna hit me.
This game is so funny.
Has been slain.
This is what League of Legends is to me every single game.
Dude, if anything, we're peaking. This is peak League.
What did he say, Psy?
Because he got solo killed. Oh no, he got.
No, I think his jungler died to him.
Oh.
Yeah, jungle died to him. Oh, please, no.
Brain over brawn.
Wait, are you ready?
Yeah. Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm good.
Oh, I'm gonna run at him. You have stun? Nope. I don't think we can kill, but
I do love a good conundrum.
my ward
I
is not in the
lost
bush.
so much
Smaller
HP
than the
there.
diagram.
Yeah, you tanked minions. Those things are dangerous.
I want the old Heimer passive back. You remember that passive?
Oh, the one where it regens your turrets? Yeah.
Yeah, and yourself. You got like free 15 per 5 or something. The most health regen in the game.
Yeah, some things like that I wish they never changed, but
Well, the moves
moving's
seem-
pretty
it's
cool.
not that bad, yeah.
You are poorly designed for this.
Oh,
Oh my god, I just hit the turret. I have problems.
Shut down.
I don't want to talk about what just happened.
what just happened? What's stopwatch? Oh, I forgot I had that.
Very interesting.
Shut down.
You guys win all our games? I started to think.
Alright,
After
let
that,
me
we're out
recollect.
over winning. So, I hit her for like 60% of my ulti.
That
There's
was,
no way. What am I watching?
The sweet smell of science.
what do you hear from 60% of your old team?
Right, I hit 60% of my ulti and then somehow she lived.
Oh, your ulti. I thought you said your old team.
Oh.
Well, I might have hit the turret with my E and then hooked a minion.
She has no flash and no spell shield.
The turret was in the way.
Order, entropy, a never-ending cycle. It's smaller than the diagram. I could do that better.
What the fuck? Run, Scarra, run!
In schematic.
I'll save you.
No way. Oh. Oh, this guy's giving up.
An ally has been slain.
Honestly, I thought that guy had shield.
I missed. I'm so sad.
Alright. Oh, you don't have any turrets. Fuck. You could have got like 3 plates here.
Oh,
You just put all
you're
3 down while the
right.
turret or the cannon's tanking. Actually, I'm pretty sure we could have taken the turret.
Yeah, this champ's OP.
So is this one.
It's smaller than the diagram. Every problem solved is another revealed.
I think I'm not gonna lie, the level was so funny this game. I don't even care. And the rest of the game was, if we had somehow lost in that position, it would have been. I wouldn't even. I'd be like, okay, you know what? We deserve it.
Order, entropy, a never-ending cycle.
I mean, they just weren't prepared. They didn't think that one all the way through.
Not enough variables. Not nearly enough variables.
I
think we kill this guy.
I'm so down to 1v3 this or 2v3 this.
Ah, the sweet smell of science. Back off.
Big turret.
Double kill.
Oh.
I've applied the formula.
Dude, I need some minions. Whoa!
Has destroyed a turret. Killing spree.
Goodbye.
An ally has been slain.
I wonder if I sold my dark steel. Oh wait, what am I saying? Never mind.
Smaller than the diagram.
I'm just waiting.
Dude, if
for...
I didn't buy this D ring, I would have had Proto Belt.
Oh, wow! You would have so much gold.
By my calculations.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An ally has been slain.
Dude, I wonder what Top's thinking. He's like, I didn't even get to play this game.
There's just something about that number.
He's 0-2, and we just won the game. Like we won the game at like 5 minutes.
Pretty sure that guy's music is full blast.
Rampage.
I don't think he sees what's going on the map. Oh, watch this. Aw. She went all the way right.
That would have been a sick hit.
Yes, hurry. I have important work to get back
I need
to.
that cannon, please. Oh, I'm out of range. I do need this wave though.
Yeah, he's ulti it.
Turret plating will fall soon.
Damn, they still got a minute 30 before they get forfeit.
I knew it. Now, what was the question again? Ah. Yeah. Ha. Did I leave the tri-dimensional modulator on?
Yeah, this is peak League of Legends.
I hope this is how our games go. Except for like I'm on this side and not on the other side.
I don't know.
Hmm?
Things are looking good for me.
Hmm? What about me? Things are looking good for me.
An ally has been slain.
Do you get paid if you get second?
I mean, I don't know, but you'll find out, right?
Smaller than the diagram.
I mean, Toast is your boy. He'll hook you up.
He told me that. Yeah, he already did. He gave me the trophy, man.
Have to see it to believe it. Ow.
I'll be fuddling. It's smaller than the diagram. One step closer to target understanding.
Unstoppable.
That was a value ult right there. I gave you 2 stacks and the
Oh,
kill.
hell yeah.
Ah, the sweet smell of science. What an uncommon denominator.
Wish I was keeping count of how many turrets that guy's hooked this game.
Top
Right here?
Okay, wait, I'm looking.
An ally has been slain.
Oh my god, where...
Bro.
Dude, my Gragas scared him off. That's not my fault.
I feel bad for this AD because it looks like she's actually playing. Like, it's just so over, you know?
Yeah. I might kill him here.
Yo, they didn't forfeit yet?
Nope.
Brain over brawn.
Your turret has been destroyed.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Don't.
They'll have a few screws
Bro.
Dude, their movement, it's like...
What?
I can't
They got moving in a
comprehend
straight
it.
line.
That's the problem. He's too smart. Huh? Oh,
do love
Saber right
a
here.
good conundrum.
Oh,
I'll give
yeah,
up,
I
man.
can't. I just can't. I give
we
up.
We gotta go, man.
Pen boots are probably the play, but I'm gonna go Mobies.
Okay.
There's something... Dude, Mobies is just so fun to buy.
Mmm.
You should go Moby Bootheimer.
Oh, and run? See top? Yo. Yeah, what's up?
No, that way you're like the same movement speed whether you're next to your turrets or not.
Your food was here?
Our food is here.
Hold on, I got it.
Wait, I like your rug.
Thank you.
Your team has
This is
destroyed
so much
a
better than
turret.
your old room.
Yeah, you know, that's what I realized after 6 months.
I'm glad you did it now rather than later.
Where are you going?
Wait, this is a nice ass room. I like your glow in the dark stars.
Those are not mine.
Oh, they're cute.
That's
Wait, where did
from
my
the
Heimerdinger
network.
go?
I love them.
And I was like, oh, this is the children's room before.
Oh, fuck it. They look cute. They've inspired me. Thank you.
No problem. Go Dark Stars, bro. Okay, sorry. What's up? What's cooking?
Very interesting.
Where did you go?
I
Just
had to
ran a
pick it-
base?
Yeah. Hold on. Jody came into my room. I think I'll pick something up for her.
Oh.
Don't worry. Where are we going?
I don't know.
Dude, I'm so over this game. Like this. Is
Yeah, I mean, I would prefer they just FF, but
Troze, welcome back for
pretty
10
sure
months.
Camila's holding them hostage.
Oh man, I should have. Oh man, I should have went fucking Magi's.
No, I'm running at this guy. No, no! Oh my god, oh my god.
An enemy has been slain.
A never-ending cycle.
Bro.
Dude,
It's
we're
fine.
thinking the same thing. Like,
Just don't even throw Qs anymore, okay? Not that guy. He's too good.
I got another one coming. He wants his cannon. Oh my
Um,
god.
It's smaller than the diagram.
An enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
Oh, that guy kind of ate me.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Dominating.
Oh my god. Wait, our jungler's kind of fed.
Killing spree.
Okay.
It's almost over, don't worry.
I put the scheme in schematic.
I'm gonna do blue buffs.
How fast are you gonna do this? Holy fuck.
Every problem solved is another
Rampage.
Thought I had a stack.
I see you walk over and just out of the cannon.
I thought I had a stack.
what is going on, man?
entropy, a never-ending cycle. Or is it?
Oh, I spooked her, sorry.
Oh no.
Shut down.
I'm a lot weaker than I thought I was.
It's smaller than the diagram.
Has destroyed a turret.
I think he's okay.
Godlike.
Yeah, he's fine.
Double kill.
Yeah, he's fine.
Triple kill.
Oh, he failed. Pentakill?
Nope.
Ah, the sweet smell of science.
There it is. We did it.
Has destroyed a turret.
Is it BM to even GG this?
Victory.
This is our top layer type, man. Oh, where else is the jungle gonna go, man?
He came bot and died, I think. Oh yeah, he went bot level 2 and then died, and then he came bot again level 5 and died. Then he just went top after that. Oh, I got a key.
I'm gonna go play some ads. Below. Sam AMG, welcome back for 3 years. Thank you so much for resub. Yeah, humble yourself. Wait, that was so funny. Honestly, that was the peak of my day. I don't think it's gonna get better than that.
That was beautiful. I mean that. I was gonna flash over the wall level 1 and then get you there safely, but you know I like to just walk straight into them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Hmm. Mm-mm. Oh, I think I'm one game from Diamond. There's no more promos, right? Like they just removed that completely.
You wait, sorry, say it again?
There's no more promos, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Mm-mm. 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 Mm. All right, ideas for bot lane.
Hmm. Down to play Poppy?
You want me to play Poppy? I got
Yeah.
you.
I'm gonna play Anivia. AD carry.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me go ban something that might be good into this. Wait, I don't even know who to ban.
Ezreal?
I think I like playing against Ezreal though. Like usually the Ezreals I play, like they can't shove as fast, and then
Oh my god, there's a Victorious Anivia skin.
oh,
Oh, or I can be Bat Rider.
what is Wait, you're okay if I go full lethality, right?
Oh yeah, go for it. Oh my god, it's actually perfect.
They're so fucked. No, they're so fucked.
This guy's not gonna enjoy his time.
Wait, I go Ignite, right?
Yeah, yeah, I just wanted to lock it in so that like if they see first pick Anivia support, they don't
Oh,
think he's trolling with TP.
right. They definitely don't think we're trolling now. Do you
Should we
think
go
it's
healer or
dark? Do you think it's
TP?
Dark Harvest, or do you think it's electric? It's electrocute, right?
Yeah, Electrocute or Halo Blade's probably good. He's gonna. Oh, he's not dodging. I mean, Halo Blades is probably good too.
Ingenious is good.
Genius?
Well, I don't know what to go for secondary.
Go Hexflash and what's it called? Cosmic?
Oh, you are a genius.
I don't know about Ingenious Hunter though.
Yeah, this is Ulti Hunter.
Probably the other one, the
Treasure
movement one.
Treasure Hunter. Oh,
Relentless is
Relentless
OP.
Hunter.
Yeah, it's 45 movement speed once you're fully stacked, bro.
Oh, that is true. That's a lot of move seed.
You pretty much just have Mobies with any boots.
I like her comp.
Yeah,
Honestly,
it's not bad.
I feel like I should go Even Shroud this game, but I like her comp.
I mean, even Shroud might give you the same amount of damage that you get from a lethality item, honestly.
No way. was mainly because I want Dustblade active. This guy's
Oh, just go lethality, bro.
yeah. Cheap shot. You think cheap shot's better than sudden impact? No way. She doesn't make this game of fun. Nah, don't worry about it. Astronaut Poppy, it's time. Catch me
Astronaut
in my
Pop.
pink spacesuit.
I'm playing Bat Rider.
Wait, so for Samira, if you just, oh my gosh, the cleanse. If I just W her as she W's in, she's fucked,
He's in.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Playing Starfield Lulu, I'm not gonna be that underwhelming.
Dude, what is with the names?
Hmm.
Like last game, or no, was it last game? 2 games ago, we had me Throat Goat, and now we have Sloppy BJ Devil.
Bro, they gotta get something from these, man. Steel shoulder guards? Yes, it is.
Alright, it doesn't work level 1, but once I'm level 2, I'm just gonna put a wall next to our turret.
Whoa, okay. Wait, this is gonna be so funny.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until
You can go
minions
E first.
spawn.
We'll see. We'll see. Probably. I kind of want to just walk.
I mean,
in.
do you want me to start wall then?
Oh no.
Like, if he's in the jungle, we can just cut him off.
First blood.
This guy's so happy.
Alright, so now, like in lane, I'm just gonna put my wall down when you want to E him.
Okay.
And we just run after.
Minions have spawned.
Oh, I should have phase rush then. Oh shit. That would have been it.
That's not a bad play, yeah.
Wait, phase rush looks so OP on some units that just like go in and just run out. Alistar and stuff.
Alright, wait, let me see if this actually works level 1, because I'm pretty sure...
Yeah,
wait, no,
it.
they coded it so where they just walk through the wall, I think.
Try it.
Like, if I put it here, they won't path around it. Oh, stand here. Oh, they walk through us, I forgot.
What?
Yeah, like, after the first wave, it'll work, but... it's pushing to them now, it's stacking.
What's your
Here, you last hit these, okay?
all of them?
Yeah. I gotta go somewhere. Quick. Oh, here we go.
No way that works.
Now it's pushing to us.
What the fuck?
I'm gonna do this until we get level 3.
Wow, that skin's cute. Looks so
Here,
cute.
can you go walk here?
Yeah. Do I just? Yeah, I got it.
Yeah, just stand next to the turret.
Oh, I can't split cannon here.
Okay. Alright, you wanna eat him?
Yeah, just let me know when you have the thing.
Right now?
I'm not walking.
Okay. Have wall in 7. 2.
Oh, fuck yeah, I was not have the look there.
Okay. I think we're getting ganked, but it's fine.
Yes, I'm going this way now.
Do you want me? I have 8 seconds on ward. Give me. I'm just gonna sit here, okay?
Yeah, just be a human ward.
Okay. You set?
Alright. I'm just gonna try it again.
Wait, I'm
You go
running mid.
push
I'm
me.
running mid.
Yeah, you can go
An
mid.
ally has been slain.
Nice. Waves on my side.
An ally has been slain.
Oh, I forget to do this.
Make my hammer mad.
Dude, it sucks that I fucking had to burn flash there.
It's all good. I'm safely farming because I'm just under my turret the whole game.
Okay.
Now, back to finding that hero.
I mean, I can stay actually. It's a pretty big wave.
Nah, there's no way. There's no way
You sure?
Yeah.
Alright, yeah, I'm gonna base.
Yep, it's even.
10 boots.
Dude, literally. Oh.
Hitting Drake? Or where is he?
I think he's on Drake. Nope, he's not.
No, he's not.
Okay, I'm
Not here
really
either.
far behind. I haven't even split gold well. I'm level
Okay.
3. Oh. Okay. I want to split this a little bit. No, I'm gonna thin away. I'm gonna thin before we go crazy.
Swing until you hit something.
Oh my
I'm
god.
good when you went to wall this.
Right here. Oh. No cleanse? We cut it out, we can win.
Yep.
Left hand.
I'm almost level 6.
Not dented.
Oh, that's our spike.
Wall in 4. He has no cleanse. You wanna look at him right now?
Yep. Hold up. Oh, wait. Oh, I don't have it.
You have slain an enemy.
No way she has enough damage to kill your egg, right?
No. I might just have her do it so I can... Thank
Yep.
you. I have wall. She stays.
Oh my god. Oh, we got a dip. We got a dip.
Who's coming? Cassio?
No idea. Oh, yeah. Bro. Sure, man. Sure, man. Frog thinks it's someone with this. What,
I mean, it
what
works.
What did I fucking say, man?
I'm in 100%. That's everything, right?
He even pinked the
Oh,
bush.
Cassio's fed.
The biggest problem is our top laner is not owning Kale.
He's doing great right now.
Oh, I thought he actually killed that. You're fucking insane or what?
Enemy has been slain.
I have Q in 8.
Okay, we actually won VTuber this. Holy moly.
Champ's OP. Counters Samira so hard, actually.
Wait, when they picked Samira, I was like, there's no way that is a good pick.
I mean,
they could have known.
yeah, he didn't know. I don't know if he has cleanse up yet.
No, oh my. My jungler's
Wait,
dead.
can you eat this guy?
Yeah, hold up.
I meant under the turret. It's okay though.
Rampage.
Let me know when you're ready.
Ready? Wow, okay, we're good. I didn't want to ignite that, but
I have wall in 4.
okay. Oh, she canceled. She canceled. I don't have it. I did not have it.
Shut down.
I got cannon. Whatever, man.
It's okay. You're gonna finally learn that you can press Q on your E.
Yeah. I was like, oh no, she got me.
Took aggro there because I displaced her. That was weird. Wait, it doesn't. Oh, it does work here actually. Oh
I'm
my.
bad. I feel like, okay, let me clear this pink real quick.
Who's their jungler? Oh, it's a Vi.
Yeah, our jungler just suicide mid, so
That's okay. We all make mistakes.
You're looking, you're looking. Wait. Wait, you got the kill. Did you see that? Her ulti blocks my ulti.
Who?
Mine. I didn't know it was a projectile at melee range.
Oh, you mean her W? Yeah.
Wait, I did not know. Ah, fuck that.
Ally has been
It's okay.
slain.
I started lagging there anyway.
Dude, the movements around this shit is so weird.
I have W in 2. 1. You just
Okay, well I got owned.
honestly good.
We need this ASAP. Our mid tower is 1.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yep. What?
What?
Oh god.
Wait, but like,
Rampage.
how?
Double kill.
Nice job, you own. But like, how?
Thank you. I don't know. That was
Like,
weird.
I thought you were wall spawned at the same time.
Yeah, it did. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, it must have been something like that.
Oh no.
Turret plate will fall soon.
All right, sneakies. I know it.
You demonstrate
Wait, okay, I killed top.
You got our top laner killed?
Both of those statements are true.
The win-win.
I don't know about that.
The hammer does most of the work.
Oh, they fucking owned her. Nice. I'm gonna give you vision right side, okay?
Yep.
Oh, you want to go into the jungle for this? Actually,
Gotta go on this guy too.
whoa!
Whoa, Scarra.
Bro, I feel like I'm.
Killing spree.
Nice.
Rampage.
The guy's sad.
Yo, where's he going?
Anyone seen a hero?
Oh my god, he's a goat.
We came out of that so far ahead.
An enemy has been slain.
Yeah, I don't really know how.
Has destroyed a turret.
The Lee saved my ass. Yo, you.
Wait, I can kill this guy. I can't kill him.
I'm looking for it. JK.
Yeah, I don't know how you lived.
Yeah, that was a little suspect. Yo, can we kill this guy? Oh, you need your
My wall?
ulti, right?
Yeah, it's up. When he goes for romp, he's gonna walk this way. Oh.
Dude,
Oh, fuck me.
dude, I should just ward it over, man.
Oh.
Wait,
This is too
our
funny.
cannon. Oh, I'm gonna just let it die.
Just take it. I don't want that.
No, I'm let our tower die.
Oh, yeah, that works.
Yes, I'm going this way now.
Fuck. Have W again?
I'm E in 3. Oh fuck, I'm not. Oh yeah.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh, we have no turret. Or wave. Oh my god, I have an item.
Yo, I have no mana. I do not have mana.
Oh, I don't have egg. Wow, that guy's slick for that.
An ally has been slain.
Okay. Oh, you got cosmic. Okay. Does
Dude,
that
it
work
gives
for
so much movement speed.
every tick of your thing?
I don't know, actually. I think it's like it'll work the first cast, and then after like 2.5 seconds or something, like there's probably a cooldown in between.
Oh, interesting. I mean, you combo so much, so it does not even matter.
Yeah.
Are you near mid?
Three pigtails.
Guys, don't flash.
Oh, be careful, careful, careful.
you help me? Oh god. Never mind. You can't help me. I can't help myself.
No, man. I should just trust my instincts, which were get the fuck out of there. I think maybe
Yeah,
if
I'm gonna blame it.
if I hit the
I'm gonna blame it
caster
on the
before
girl.
she slowed you, maybe.
Yeah, I thought his Q didn't hit me, but
No, as soon as you got hit with that, I was like, oh, I need to get out of here. Is this supposed to be prowlers into serpents here? Probably, right?
I have no clue. Does he win this? Yeah, probably Prowlers. Or Edge of Night might not be bad.
Oh, Axiom sounds kind of
Enemy
sexy.
rampage.
Wow. Ooh, nice kick. Oh, he killed him.
Shut down.
Alright, we can win this.
Yep.
I'm running at him. Dude, my
Yeah.
wall. Just kiting.
This guy flashed for me?
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
That hit you?
Wall, win wall, win wall! Win wall!
An enemy is unstoppable.
Cassio looks fucking useless.
Useless?
Like, I mean, he like 1v4'd us there, but like, the amount of ease he had to throw out.
Yeah. No, fucking useless. I agree.
It just took him a while. Also, when we're on the same screen, this guy can't play the game, so
Rampage.
We won.
I'm coming. Vi has ult, right? Vi's coming this way.
He is godlike.
Ah. He has flash. Oh my god.
He is legendary.
Oh my god, he's actually moving. Alright, maybe that sequence was just that long. I didn't realize he had ult again.
How did our top laner become so useless this game?
All started when you got him killed.
That was my bad.
Honestly, I don't know.
Wow, I have not cashed out my fucking things at all. Can you get over here?
Oh, your relics? If I had Leandre's, this game is actually winnable, I think. Or like hard one. Cassio takes so much from it.
What the f-
You have been slain.
What just happened?
she ulted me. But someone hit the blast plant for her, so that she ulted immediately, like, coming over the blast plant. That was crazy.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Hey, scripting? Alright, let me refill. technically they can never end the game, so until they realize they can just press VIR and what's it called? I think this
wait.
guy's scripting. She has a flash.
What the fuck? That was a crazy type of ulti. Okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, this guy's scripting.
Nah, no way.
Double kill.
Let me do some research. Yeah, he's scripting.
Can you turn the other guy down or you up? The volume's really off. Is it really off? How can you tell?
I just have a feeling.
Okay.
That ult topped it off, I think.
Your team has destroyed
That was
a turret.
a little crazy, I'm not gonna lie.
Maybe he's just the best player ever. I'm being too harsh.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Do you want to camp somewhere?
Oh, you like to fight?
Nah, you should buy. Bad idea,
That's
bad
okay.
idea, bad idea.
Sure.
Well, actually, now I feel like it's an okay idea.
Yeah, right here. KK, this is bad.
Okay.
How much?
I'm lost.
Wha-
Been slain.
Oh, okay, it was warded? Wait. Oh, I did not know.
Why is that worded though?
Yeah, how did they get a ward there?
Your turret has been destroyed.
I don't know.
Put them down a little bit. Like 12%.
I don't think we win this, guys.
One thing about me, I'm not. One step closer.
Does he win or lose this?
Oh, he wins this.
An enemy has been
He would have
slain.
lost at 16.
I think there's a
Yeah,
fly in there.
Oh,
I don't know.
shit. Can't ask for this. Let me split this. Wow. So far behind on my stuff, man. Transforms at 1K, right?
Yep.
There we go.
Oh, I can walk in.
I knew there were so many heroes.
Probably just kill this kill again.
Wait, can I back real quick? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I know it ruins the timing, but it's I need words for this.
I have item anyways soon.
I think it's Prowlers or Axiom here.
Probably Prowlers. I think Axiom has to be bad on your champ.
The hammer does most of the work. I just swing it.
Holy fuck. Jump scare, man.
That is a ward in the lane too. They might just pull it though.
Shielding.
The Cassio here.
What the fuck? He
Your
ult?
team has destroyed a turret.
It's a Vi here.
Yeah.
I think we can help him. Maybe not.
I'll just Cassio, man. Fuck, I didn't W there. That was my bad.
Dude. He just walked through my wall.
God, these fights are so impossible.
Yeah, I mean, I actually probably could have lived there too if I didn't get caught by the flow, but this guy just walked through my Anivia wall, like bugged.
Hmm.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy killing spree.
Got kill hit 16 with a Janna, man. No, I think I just fucked it up. I just didn't W there. If I W'd, the guy never gets out.
Some things are too important to give up on.
He's committing to top? I think we can kill him up here.
Yeah, I'm thinking, but
Where is Vi? Nope, nope. Game will go long though.
hey, that's Scarra 17 assists.
I believe in
Yeah,
us.
Don't look at that. This game is not looking good. This game is.
You have slain an enemy. Double kill. Shut down.
Oh my god, we can end the game.
Wait, really?
We did it. Christmas miracle. Oh, we chased this guy?
I don't know. Was that worth it?
Maybe. I don't think we can end, but we can get 2 nibs at least.
Yep. Salvageable? Yeah, I think so.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wait, what do you think about serpents? You think it's a serpents angle?
Your team has
Uh,
destroyed a turret.
Kind of like.
Your team has destroyed
That's not bad.
an
I mean, it's not really great, but it's not bad. Like, it's not the worst item.
Maybe it's a cosplay angle.
Let's try that again.
Prowler's ankle. Wow.
An enemy has been slain.
What the fuck?
What?
Our Yasuo just killed the Janna.
Yeah, he's the goat.
Know what I could use? A cart.
I have 800 AP. Oh my god. Oh no, dude.
You're dead.
Dude, my Banshee's bugged.
Have been slain.
Oh my god, why so OP?
Oh yeah.
Okay, my Banshees didn't ever like turn on when I bought it. And then it turned on when I went into my egg.
Oh. You know what? It's fine. I'm down to blame Riot for that.
I don't even know what happened there.
The weird thing is, like, I feel like at some point I should be able to one-shot people, but I feel like I fell behind this game, so I cannot. Except for the Janna, maybe.
You could probably kill Janna.
Are you full items? Oh shit, you are.
Yeah, I'm pretty strong. My E does 1260 damage when I hit them with the crit. Maybe I should buy IE.
IE? Oof. No mind me just running my way through.
Oh.
It's fine. It's
It
fine.
was-
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. Cassio's bot, kills bot.
An ally has been slain.
Go top in it.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Yep, we'll back to back to back.
Inhibitor.
They can't cross the wall.
Killing spree.
I think we can one-shot this guy, maybe. You have sweep? I swear to God, this is warded. It's warded.
Wow. Okay, my bad.
Okay.
Damn, that guy
Pulling
is fast with this fucking stopwatch. Alright, how many prowlers? Wait, is this the work? Okay, he TP'd out.
Confined by a single life.
Oh, we win this for sure. He has no flash. If he actually ults by... Oh shit. Nope.
I mean, we should stop Axe, right?
Probably should have, but we have 3 inhibs, so I think we're good.
Respawning soon.
I think now we can trap.
Yeah,
I swear to God, this guy's gonna walk in here. Is this warded? Because Cassio's running here.
Bro. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Plan? Plan?
Oh, it's a dub. Wait. I fed my ass off this game. This game, man. Lethality Poppy is kind of, there's a reason why it's an arena only mode, man.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Oh, nice kill. Okay, she went through the wall.
Ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a turret. Shut down. Your team has destroyed a turret.
ulti might be up soon.
I have wall soon. 4 seconds. We can win this. Okay.
Damn, I was hoping for your wall as I flashed in and he died. I'm like, oh. Okay.
Yeah, this is interesting.
Do you think Vi's doing this that fast? There's no way, right?
No. You can feel this.
Dude, okay, I'm running.
And if he kicks the Vi through the Drake, it's free. Okay. Winnable.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
Come this way. I think we can. This guy's on his fucking Gromp, I swear. Yep. I'm going for the scale.
How do you know this guy was going Gromp there? That's fucking crazy.
I just had a feeling. Like I just won the game and he just had to get more. I think we can end slowly. Maybe not.
This kill is really... Yo, I cannot protect you now.
Your team
Okay.
has destroyed an inhibitor.
Trying to get this inhib.
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
Okay, she goes to.
Alright, Vi's back up. It's the only way we lose this game. I want to go for this guy, but feels like he knows. There's probably a ward here, actually. Oh shit.
I want it back, but I feel like we gave up too much pressure.
You can base.
Okay.
We just bluff. We need one more wave, guys.
What do you need it for? Are you fully capped?
Me? No, just before we hit Nash.
Ah.
I want the minions in their base.
The enemy's inhibitor is respawning soon.
He just gave it away. This guy's here though. We shred this.
It's 1-3-1 until we...
I can base for a potion, but it's not even worth it, honestly. I think we just 5-man somewhere.
You want 5-man over 1-3-1?
Yeah. The minions will just end them now. Oh.
Holy moly. Damn, she's camping there? Well, I did not expect
Lucky.
that.
Okay. Wait, I just kicked this guy, no?
Don't
yeah,
worry.
this guy is.
Don't
this
worry.
guy is scripting for sure. After witnessing that,
Is he really?
no, I have no clue. But that was like the worst play I've ever seen.
Blech. Wait. This game, I grief so hard. You know what? Easy. Never had an easier game.
Okay, we got most of our wall combos off.
You know, I'm not. Wait, that's how the Anivia skin looks? Like you're an actual thing.
Yeah,
Wait,
but
Ferris, welcome back for 52 months. Thanks for your subbing.
What did that guy say? I missed it. Wait, what did that guy type? Are you still in the lobby?
I did not see it. I'm gonna go play some ads. Oh man, I need pee. I'll be back. I can't. Okay. Oh my god, so Scrubby thinks a sub. Oh man, I keep forgetting to set up my new PC. I need to do that tonight.
Wait, what?
I have a new PC because my current PC keeps crashing and I want to upgrade anyways.
Hmm.
So I've got it for like a week or so or a little bit more and I just haven't set up yet.
Plug it in and turn it on.
Yep.
Or did you like buy parts alone?
No. It's fully pre-built.
You ever built a PC on your own?
Yeah, I did it twice and then afterwards I was like, I don't want to do this again.
Yeah, I feel like it was fun the first time I did it, and then afterwards I was like, all right, yeah, might as well just buy a pre-built one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think there's like too much of a difference in price nowadays between the two.
You guys win? Oh yeah, we always win. So Ron, still huge differences in prices? Not really. Last time I did a pre-built, it was like $150 off, or like $200 off. I didn't really care. See the cast can see you still play it? You're a beast. I don't think he was scripting.
That's Bobby.
It was just
He's the goat.
he's a goat.
Yeah, he's insane at cast.
Yeah, he's fucking crazy. I literally the what he got me with the blast play. I was like, that works. I was like, what the heck?
Yeah, there's still some weird interactions. Like casting any ability while you're about to hit the blast cone, it always just looks so cool.
Yeah, I got like the range extended on me. I'm like, wow, I'm fucking dead. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I'm mid. Oh my god. I was like trying to think, what bot am I playing this game? And then I'm like, oh, I'm not playing bot later. Dude, what do I even care about ban? I'm banning Shaco.
Yeah. Tired at 8 p.m. I'm getting old, man.
Dude, this might be my last game. I'm gonna cook after this. So much chicken to get through. Oh, your support Twitch?
No, I don't remember clicking that. I might do that though. That sounds fun.
Well, do I feel like playing mid, man? I don't know. Gaia bleh. Bleh. Hey,
Just play
Gragas.
Brand.
Oh, yeah. Well, yeah, absolutely. I completely forgot. Yeah, have you heard about Phase Rush Brand?
Yeah, it's good. That's what I normally run.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I feel like that shit must be good.
I don't even know what I want to play. I want to play Twitch. Is it Shen support? Or Olaf? Oh, it's Olaf jungle.
First try better? Hell no. He's not a character that can front load the damage like that. You need some time for the explosions to pop off. Who do you... I don't even know who's mid. I still don't know who's mid.
Lux or 5p.
Lux ban the fire? Oh, yeah, that's true. Ah, it's Lux.
Holy shit, I'm against Lucian Nami.
No, you got it. No problem. You burst Olaf down before he runs at you, or die in the process. I feel like if I get a little bit ahead this game, it's like they're playing Lucian Nami. Brad's so good into this.
Alright, I got you.
No, wait. Don't go mid level 1.
Why not?
Never mind. No, come mid level 1 and 2. Whenever you see a person with a name like our jungler, what do you think of? He just fucking just hit random keys on his keyboard, right?
I think about when I try to think of like a cool name to use on a Smurf account, and then I just gave up after like 20 minutes of thinking.
Wait, how come that guy's sword is so big? What the heck? What? Wait, his sword is literally what?
Welcome to Summoner's Rift. 30 seconds until minions spawn.
I was hiding.
I don't even want to chuck that bush.
This one's a little spooky. Dude, if we check that bush, we're dead.
Sneaky, sneaky.
I'm on a short fuse.
Minions have spawned.
I wonder where they are.
Are fucking red.
Maybe. And they have an Olaf, Lucian, Nami. Surely they're not here. I'll let my jungler walk in first.
Fucking everyone's so scared, man.
Right, I'm here.
You're the goat.
Thank you.
Got my Dark Harvest stack at 150. My first one.
You can't contain me, summoner. I will blaze a trail.
Hey, doing that? I'm doing good.
I am the fire that cleanses the world.
My W did not come out faster.
This body is
First blood.
You're the best.
An enemy has been slain.
I don't know what that guy's doing.
But you say you don't know what that guy's doing, but
Oh no, that it just ends there.
oh, you're telling me
I can't tell you what that guy's doing, to be honest. That was like something else. I mean, I appreciate him. He has no ghost. Oh my god, this Viego's the goat.
Has been slain.
these guys are so sad.
It's like I just tried to put up an FF vote. I could just see it.
An ally been slain.
Their scars will be worn. Like wildfire.
No plants, huh?
An ally has been slain.
Whoops.
You guys got Shen?
I tanked a turret shot.
An ally
I think
has
he's
been slain.
dead? What? He actually just dies there, wow.
Man, I cannot rotate.
It's okay, I don't think that was good for him.
I am the fire that cleanses the world.
Whoa.
You have slain an enemy.
Oh, we win this. An enemy
has been slain.
That's Airy killed me.
Killing spree.
Do we win this?
Ally has been slain.
Scarra?
Oh, I missed my W, bro.
I feel bad for this Darius.
An enemy has been slain.
I know, he got such a huge
An
lead.
ally has been slain.
Oh, I
Yeah,
missed
but his
my
Shen just-
W, man.
Shen ulted bot, got 4 kills.
It doesn't matter. I missed so much.
Does Lux have flash?
Should be up now, I think. It was up in 60 seconds.
Alright.
Has been slain.
I purified this one.
Oh, you got her?
Nope. She's 1 HP though.
I mean, you essentially got her.
Yeah. It's actually better to not kill her.
I mean, you got me playing.
Because then she
which
doesn't
is-
get home guard.
Yeah, yeah. You got me playing, which is worth more than the kill, actually.
Diego is just dead.
Ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Oh
An
no.
enemy has been
Oh
slain.
yes. I'm on way. I'm on way.
An ally has been slain.
Bro, you couldn't let me just W it? It's alright. Nice kill, nice kill. Man, I didn't get an assist for that.
I needed the kill.
You fuck. Okay, whatever, man. Dude, this top laner is just not playing. Like, what?
Who, the Shen?
No, I mean, my mid laner is just gone.
Oh yeah.
Enemy
What do you mean? He's just got a kill.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know if it's. Do you see what mid's giving up for some of this?
He's 3-1.
Bro.
He's too smart for you to comprehend.
That's a fake. It's fake. It's so fake.
I am the fire that cleanses the world.
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, I was about to roam top lane, but nope.
I'm on a short fuse. You can't contain me, summoner.
Where?
Your team has destroyed a turret. Your ally has
Wow.
been slain.
League doesn't make any sense anymore.
Has slain an enemy.
Why not?
I don't know what's going on.
An enemy has been slain.
The power of pink words. She was forced to walk
They
in, and then
nerfed
she
my
just,
champ.
she just dies, and then loses tower.
I kill this guy.
Team has destroyed a turret. An
Wait,
enemy
look at my
has been
gold.
slain.
Oh shit! Oh no! Oh shit! Free Shen ulti!
Wait, I kill this guy. I kill this guy.
Double kill.
No way! Oh my god!
An enemy has been slain.
Dude, our top lane gets like 4 waves on this guy. Oh my goodness!
Amazing. Berserkers or pen beats? What are these? Game is lit.
Turret plating will soon fall. You have slain an enemy.
This guy's so sad.
There's a Lux here too.
Join mid. Cannot help you if they turn on you.
You sure? You gonna just chuck your ult for me?
No, I use ulti to kill him off. I use ulti to kill him off.
Oh shit.
Or else, yeah, I would just chuck it at them.
My Ida's 700 right now.
Yeah, you're hella fed. What?
I'm on a short fuse.
Oh my god.
Killing spree.
That guy is sad.
I'll be
Oh, you?
Oh yeah, they're fucking dead.
An enemy has been slain.
You need ulti first because it gives you move speed. Oh, we water already.
Victory.
That game was weird.
That game was weird.
Maybe every game is just weird.
Yeah, I mean, we make it weird. You leveled
True.
1 my mid laner, and I flashed at her at level 2. Like, that guy did not get to play a real lane.
Game starts at level 1.
God, that was a pretty easy. I felt pretty bad. Like, I just wanted to play a good game, but that one didn't feel like good.
So one more.
Okay, one more. I'm gonna play some ads. We'll play one more. That one did not feel like a good one. It's so weird climbing up because I've played some of the hardest laners in, like, when I was plat. Yang TK, thank you so much for gifting us up.
Like your opponent later?
Yeah, and
Really?
I feel like there were people that I had a lot more difficulty with when I first started climbing, but also could have been that I just got a lot better quicker.
Probably Rust.
Yeah.
But also I'm pretty sure plat now or like emerald in general is like all
it feels
Smurf.
like there's a lot of Smurfs in every
Yeah,
game.
I think it's like a lot of
Like-
Smurfs and
like-
people who are just playing on an account where they can actually play the game more than like once per 2 hours.
Yeah, it
And
sucks
then-
that challenger queues are so long. Like, I queued up for mid jungle and I waited 5 minutes, and I'm like not high elo. Like, that's not supposed to happen.
Yeah, it's crazy that it's like that even in like flat diamond emeralds.
Yeah.
I feel like actual diamond now or like master tier, it just doesn't exist. There's not real people, it's just all AI. Like Chat GPT is playing League of Legends to keep the game not dead.
Dude, I play other games, I'm like, damn, these keys are popping. I play League, I'm like, damn, these keys are dead. Fuck, man, what do I wanna play? Yeah,
Up
can
to
you
you.
play Senna?
You want to play Senna? Sure.
Okay, just play whatever. I don't care if you play Senna.
No, I mean I'm down to play some Senna.
No. Play.
Did they built this champ yet?
No. Play whatever.
Alright, Nasus. Oh wait, did it happen yet?
What?
1 second. Let me just confirm that they changed this champion before I lock it in. Yeah. That's what I'm gonna do. I'm going full AP Q Max Milio.
Okay. Man, I just don't like any of these augments. Like any of these keystones for Nasus. What do you usually run
Comet.
Nasus by? Like Airy?
I go Comet with Biscuits and Boots or Cosmic. If I'm going TP, I go Cosmic.
Just feels weird, man.
Why?
I don't know. My first strike
Just
can make
Mac the
money.
E, no?
First strike is shit. Oh, someone dodged. Damn.
Yeah, it's because you locked in 80 carry Nasus.
You're blaming me?
No, I mean, look, I was on a Nasus 80 carry binge as well at some point. I don't think I got into a game for the first 4 times.
Oh. Fair.
But at least when I play that champ with Senna, I go that rune page with biscuits and comet, and then Emax D-ring start, and they take like 100 damage from the initial cast, and if they stand in it, it's like 180.
Yeah.
Level 2 and 3, it literally does half their health bar for no reason. I don't even put a point in my queue.
Oh shit.
And then I rush like what? CDR boots, glacial shroud, kindle gem for maximum CDR. Are you going full AP?
Nah, I tried that. I don't like it. I tried full AP and I was like, oh, this feels so bad, man. I think just AP Nasus feel like shit. It's like only possible if you go the Luden's Shadowflame build, but it's like you have to be the only AP on the team and be ahead. It feels like that's not possible.
Yeah, it's not really great.
All right, let me kick up another bot laner. Dude, okay, also, a lot of these bot laners just lose to Alistar or Rel. These characters are kind of,
Yeah, that's why I'm playing Milio.
Oh.
Milio saves your champ pool.
Yeah, right, yeah. I feel it.
Well, you just kick the Rel in the alley away.
True.
I don't know if the bug still exists, but there used to be a bug with a Lowy support and Draven 80 carry where you could cash out your clone, or cash out off the clone.
Guess it.
Wonder if
Please
that
don't
still
go
works.
Milio. I don't know what I really want to do, man. I kind of want to play Cho.
Okay. You gonna play Cho?
Yeah.
You think? 1 second.
No, just play Milio. No, I like it.
No. Actually, fuck it. I don't know if I can tell you the tech yet.
It's just AP, right? I heard it's
What,
huge.
Cho'Gath?
No, you. I heard the AP ratio
me.
is fucking insane.
Yeah, it's 120, but I was talking about Cho'Gath.
Oh.
I'm a Cho'Gath 80 carry enjoyer.
Oh, same. Seems pretty good.
Yeah, but you play it with Senna, right?
I played, yeah, usually.
That's, in my opinion, the worst pick with it.
Really?
Like, you can play it, or you could be full Chad and just kill them.
I feel like that's Senna, though.
No, but if you play Nautilus with Cho'Gath,
Oh.
at level 2, you can all in them 100% of the time, from 100 to 0.
Dude, this guy has typed so much, man.
I'm not even at my computer.
But this guy has literally not stopped typing. Do you like approach velocity or cosmic? I feel like approach velocity is so good.
Oh yeah, it's really OP. Wait, what do you go?
Comet.
Comet. Oh, I see. Yeah, you're really noob Nautilus. I mean, Cho'Gath.
Alright, what's the tech?
Halo Blades.
Oh, I've seen that before.
Yeah, your Nautilus hooks them, you Q them, and you hit them 4 times. And they just die.
Well, our jungle decided not to take
Might?
smite.
That's okay.
Huh. I see. I see.
Wait, is that forest within?
I hope so. I hope so.
I don't think that's him.
Why did... He went cold.
Yeah, I don't know. This is,
Bro.
like I'm numb to it at this point. I don't think you understand how much I've experienced with this.
Summoner's Rift.
Yeah.
My motivation to play League is like it just peaks. I queue up, this happens, and I'm like, all right,
30 seconds
okay,
until minions spawn.
we can still learn.
Yeah. Ah. I wish there was a way that we can get to jungle, like, if we could jungle, but it's like impossible,
Yeah.
right?
Be nice. I don't know, queuing up for League, it feels like when my fridge is empty, but I forgot that it was empty, and I just go check it, and there's nothing there. We can still learn. But he's listening. The good part is he thinks this is my first time Milio.
Yeah, I don't get it, man. We definitely could have... Oh, it's fine. Why does it do
You have
that?
to start E? Huh? Oh, it's because I aggroed it.
Do you aggravate by hitting it?
I hit the range creeps, so everything aggroed me for a second.
Is that how it works?
Yeah.
Has
If
that
you're in
always
range,
been
they'll
the
aggro you.
case?
Yeah, there's like a what's it called list? Priority list?
You feel like that should have hit me there?
Probably.
Yeah, you're right. Dude, I got creep blocked. Oh no. Wait, I literally never knew there's a priority list. Was that always in the game? Am I stupid?
Yeah. How many in aggro?
Wait, I could have sworn that wasn't. I thought they
Champions
aggroed
are
by
like the
proximity.
top of it. Yeah, it's proximity, and then what's it called? Then it goes up the ladder.
I see.
Like champions are at the top if they're in range.
I'm gonna back up.
I think they're getting ganked.
Bro,
It's a
he's just
weird word, but I have a
R-red.
feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, your champ doesn't run home.
Bro.
What damage does it do? 180 damage? Oh, I missed it.
I have to back up.
I think you're fine. If you Q him, maybe we can kill.
Yep.
Oh, 10 seconds.
I'm chilling. Tell me when.
Anytime.
Go. Oh. I'm chilling. I'm chilling.
Okay.
I'm gonna creep off for 4 here.
I have no Q. He in a little bit.
No, I should have flashed out immediately.
Oh shit, she's alive. Well, Ash lives, but I think I killed this guy.
An enemy has been slain.
You're not gonna believe it. I fucking was gonna buy the thing.
A chapter? You TP'd early?
Yeah, I TP'd and I was 1 gold off.
Here, I can get the minions low for you. Oh fuck.
I saw it. I'm running.
I'm sure you're good.
Yeah.
Buy this. Oh, you're actually dead.
Well, yeah. What?
I thought you were fine. She left. I looked away.
Oh, the hook hit me.
I see.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Dude,
Oh, no.
am I like going crazy?
What?
What is this? There's like crickets in my fucking game. And like I have ambience off, I'm losing it.
Crickets?
Where is this coming from? Dude, I swear I do so much damage.
I missed my Q. You might be dead.
I'm okay.
Wow, he was still here the whole time.
I guess so. Going for his mark now. I'm gonna play like I'm not here. Maybe they dive you. I think you live if you get Ash ulted. I don't think they'll do it anyways.
Faster than my arrows? I think not.
Oh. Now we're getting dove.
Do I back now?
I'm down to try to outplay it. You just one shot the wave now?
Yep.
Oh, we're good, we're good.
Killing spree.
I want to say I can one-shot this Ashe, but I don't have flash is the problem. Dude, I swear?
You swear it shouldn't be hitting you?
Yeah. It just, the when it hits me, it looks really weird. If that makes sense.
No, I understand.
But that's just not, man.
Okay, this is good for me.
I have to just take this, right?
Yeah.
We shall remember this theft.
I mean, I think I'm just taking camps.
I think those are down. Stuck is dead. Okay, strong mental. We push through this.
Mm-hmm. He's like cracking at 10 minutes, by the way. Oh, that's not good.
Do we win this?
Here you go.
Answer, yeah. No, not anymore.
Oh, you don't have ults.
Oh, no.
Enemy killing.
Forget about this.
Right between
Dude,
the
her, she does so much damage.
An ally has been slain. Enemy rampage.
Oh. Kraken Slayer killed me.
Yeah, so much. He's such an early Kraken.
Shut down.
Okay, I think it's fine.
Same.
Let me go back and buy Everfrost. I think it's okay.
An enemy has been slain.
Hmm.
show us a path.
An
I am
ally
on my
has been
way.
slain.
Wow, the damage she does is kind of crazy.
Yeah, she's a bit strong. If we actually combo her, she's dead though.
Yeah, but I don't have flash now. I wasted it.
Yeah. Can just maybe run at her in a sec. Echo's coming.
An ally has been slain. An
Unlucky.
enemy has
A lot of
been
people down
slain.
here. Kind of want to go to my red buff and see if he's here. You know what I mean?
He's definitely there. He has ult still. Oh wait, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead.
I actually didn't see he died.
Same.
Your team has destroyed a turret. Turret plating will fall soon. An ally has been slain. Shut down.
Heh! I have Q in 7.
An ally has been slain.
Wow.
Is the juggler here?
Yeah, he's probably coming. Did you take the red, by the way?
No. Should have.
I think he just on Drake.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
Wow, our mid laner actually owned this game.
He's playing well.
Hmm.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Oh my god. It was all down.
Oh no. Maybe I should have just blocked the hook. Thought you'd kill
Nah.
him anyways.
Hmm. What do you want to do? You up?
Oh, I don't know.
Hmm.
We only need 4. I haven't hit anything.
Same. I haven't hit anything.
Your turret has been destroyed.
I feel like it's pretty hard for this. If I was playing a different champ, maybe, but I don't think I scale that well. I'm down. I'm down. I'm down. This is my bad. Oh, I played. Oh, played the lane pretty bad.
It's okay. Wasn't meant to be.
Dude, I can't. I don't think I've ever seen anyone switch to summoners last second. That seemed really weird.
Yeah, that was definitely weird.
This? We'll play some ads. Yeah, I'm down to play one more.
Down.
Ba-bum. Unfortunate game.
Give me a second though.
These games just feel so bad. Like, the wins don't feel good and the losses don't feel good. But, like, it shouldn't be like that, man. I feel like that's, like, the worst part of the league. Is, like, sometimes the wins don't feel good and the losses don't feel good. And so you're just playing League and then it's like, eh. I didn't pick Malphite. I mean, that guy was just bad in general, man. It's whatever. Next Scarra team. I just switched over this last second. It's fine. It happens. Yeah, I'm in this weird situation where like, man, I don't know how they can fix the win. Like, winning should feel good in games, and like losing should feel like maybe not bad all the times. But for League, it's like, oh, it's rough, man.
Winning feels terrible and losing feels even worse.
Yeah, something like that. Like the win didn't feel good when we played, except for the level 1 was funny.
I mean, that's just League though. I
Yeah,
think
it's because
game's been out for so long, and
yeah, the games are just so long too. So like you're just more invested as well.
I mean, I think a lot of these games, it feels like when we're winning, the enemy team just kind of gives up,
Yeah.
and like you're just wasting like 10, 15 extra minutes because somebody's just trolling them for fun by not FFing.
Mm-hmm. Mm. Are you winning? The last game was really bad. "15 days, everyone won, bros. Everyone won for 2 days, one of which I played." Yeah, Poppy Live It was fun. Reading good books? No, I haven't read books, like actual physical books, in probably 3 years, 4 years. Well, I mean that's not true. I read like one book in Japan when I was on the airplane, and it was very meh. Manga does not count. I read a lot of those. Kaiba Wandering In? No, I just have no desire to read. That doesn't also have a visual stimulus right now. Realistically, I don't. Aside of reading manga, I don't really do anything else. Like I end my stream, I hang out with my friends, I eat, I sleep, and that's it. I don't have any. I don't do anything. Okay, let me think. Okay, we gotta make this a banger.
What are your options?
I don't really know. God. Okay, wait. Let me think. What do I ban? Okay, I don't want to ban anything. Oh, yeah, so I'm good. It's weird when I look for stuff to play. I click the top lane button.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
Oh, we're about to get no fun zones. Huh. Huh. Might have to play Ziggs into this.
You want to pick that now?
Yeah. Swap me. Oh, we're about to get no fun zone if I pick something else here. It's okay. Mm.
Had a pick in my head and I forgot what it was.
I should have banned Shaco. Fuck.
Karma Caitlyn. Mm-hmm. What was I thinking?
Yo, we got this. They picked Caitlyn Karma. Holy fuck.
Bro,
How did you end up with this character?
I was thinking about playing like an AP champion,
Yeah? Then you saw
and then
3 AP?
I saw Lee Sin hovered for like the longest time, so I was just thinking about AP champions the entire time, and then he insta-locked Fiddlesticks like the last 2 seconds.
Mm.
It's gonna be a struggle. Actually, I think it's fine.
Caitlyn
going?
Karma?
It's actually not that strong. It's fine.
Fuck it, you right.
Wait, comment. Let me think about this for a second.
Mm.
Alright, if I flash over the Karma Q level 1, we can win.
What if we just hope he misses it?
Yeah, but we
I like
can kill
that.
them if I flash hook the Caitlyn.
Yeah, yeah. I really should have banned Shaco, man. Annoying character.
Yeah, that character is obnoxious.
I like when I play mid against Shaco, it just feels so annoying.
Yeah, I mean, every time I play versus it, I mean, I used to be really on top of it when I played this game, but nowadays, like when I queue up and I see Shaco on the enemy team, I just play how I normally play, and then I just die to it.
Pray to God.
Welcome to Summoner's Rift.
Alright, well, if they start in our lane, it's kind of FF.
Oh,
30 seconds until minions spawn.
Got it.
explosion first.
5 gold.
Later.
I'm not gonna lie, I really need like for me when I play a lot, I'm just counting mana flow band stacks. You ever do that?
Minions have
Like counting them how? How
Like
close
sometimes
you
I
are?
harass only when mana flow comments up.
I mean, that's kind of the point. If you just harass off CD, you're just gonna run into him.
Yeah.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Like, you might as well just queue only when your comment and your mana flow's up.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
He missed, he missed, he missed.
Ready? Oh. Guys, the go-to movement.
Don't worry.
Wait.
I missed, I missed, I missed. Cannot chase, cannot chase, cannot chase, cannot chase.
Okay. Sure? Pretty sure we can. Oh. That guy stood still.
The guy's the GOAT, man.
How am I not level 2? Give your Q? Oh, it's a minion. Hey, no flash Caitlyn at least.
We're chilling. We're
See,
chilling.
it's not that strong.
Yeah.
We're gonna get ganked though.
Oh yeah.
But am I dead? I'm not dead, right?
He's a loop, right? On this next one?
If he loops, we can kill. You're too high HP. I don't think Kate can chase you. You have bomb, like the
Yeah.
satchel? You can satchel him in here when he walks up.
Okay, looking. Oh my god, such a little way.
Okay, he was out of range anyway.
An enemy has been slain.
No problem.
You have been slain.
Okay, you have TP.
Yep.
What do you mean?
Fuck. I think we can kill this guy.
Agreed.
Like, I genuinely believe I can kill this guy.
I mean, I'm just freezing the wave here.
Impatient? I'm not impatient.
I'll stop this base.
Okay. I send the wave. Oh.
An enemy has been slain.
Okay. Or mid.
An ally
Okay.
has been slain.
No way. Wait.
I think I have to stay actually.
Yeah, it's not good.
I just got canceled again.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay, wait.
There's no way.
You want to really hard shove this wave?
Next one is fine.
I can do this one. I can do this one.
I mean, we can kill them. Even with no mana.
Are you sure?
Yeah, full combo.
Yep.
Dude, your champ is OP. Look, he's right here. The satchel? Oh no. I don't know what that guy was doing. Really want this cannon, but I mean, I'm just gonna stay. I'm just gonna
What?
sit you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm just gonna sit here for you. Guess you could go over the wall. If the karma runs at you, just run to me. Actually, you're good.
I'm good.
Fuck,
try-
I might as well stay again.
You're doing like a 5K gold challenge, man?
I need my Dirk still. Just fast push this in the base. I'll stop her, you base.
Okay.
Enemy killing spree.
Anyone got a match?
Is he gonna stop it again? I'm good. Oh my god, I made it out. Made it out of the cycle.
You got your Dirk, everyone. Yeah, I used to think Akali wasn't that impressive, and I played against a decent one, a pretty good one. They just used ulti on cooldown, and I'm like, oh, this is so annoying. It's like if she just coin flips if she hits everything. If she does, she one shots you.
Executed.
If she doesn't, she just chunks you.
Yeah, and then it's like, okay, it's still a dub.
What do you mean this doesn't look
Wow. You have thing? Block the Q. Oh, I'm not even gonna die to it. Hey, your teammate's here.
Enemy has been slain.
Oh.
Huge.
Guy did have ulti. I think the Shaco's here.
I mean, if he is, just run away, right?
I think I die.
Yeah, you probably die.
I'm ulting this.
Huge. Literally just about to ask you if you wanted to cheese her. But it's okay.
No, I want it back here for. You know, I've been really feeling Stork shoes over
Wait.
Leandries
Oh, there's a word here.
recently.
Stork shoes over Leandries?
Or like the next piece. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, I mean it's better, I think.
Like you get so much pressure in lane. I have another pink. I'm just waiting.
I'm going.
I think they're on Drake.
Yep.
You're gonna get ganked after.
Fine, let's shove it in fast. I'm gonna walk.
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
Something's warded.
Yeah, it's right here. There's a little icon,
I
Scar.
see it, I see it. So I'm still not used to that.
Yeah, no, I think it's honestly not a good change. Give your satchel right.
Yeah, but
Oh shit, run. I think I'm dead. Do you have ult? Can you ult the Caitlyn? Oh, fuck, I didn't get my ult off. Wow. I was barely out of range.
man. I like how you, with as soon as you E in, you just see the shaker poof, and you're like, ah, fuck.
Yeah, I think if I recognized faster that we could have killed the Caitlyn, it was actually winnable.
Oh, I mean, I was checking her before you said anything.
Yeah,
but, But like, I wasn't sure if that was the right move. It's fine. I think it's not even that bad for us because we should get played on reverse here.
The chance we kill this Caitlyn too. That's a karma. Never mind. We get a fan.
Guy is very here.
I'm okay.
Bro, why am I getting Swain W'd as well, man? Can't move.
Balanced ability. There's global.
No way! He's still watching bot, man.
Oh my god.
Wait, he cancel his own ulti? He did. There's no way. I got Swain W 3 times in a row, man.
This game is a banger.
You know, the only good thing is like Jax is 4-0, so the Shaco has to be here, right?
Yeah, I don't think he can go top.
Turret plating will fall soon. Killing spree.
All right, now we kill bot lane. You ready?
Am I ready? Yeah, I'm ready. Karma's top, so I think I get her anyways. Joke.
It's a
I
prank.
might need saving here. Actually, I'm okay.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
I bought the right item actually. Can you stay one more wave?
Me?
Yep.
I feel unsafe being Half-Life.
Oh. And he runs away.
An enemy has been slain.
This guy, dude, I just can't. I can't use my brain versus these people.
No, dude, you're fine, man. It's not your fault. They're just in your head, man.
Unstoppable.
I'm waiting for you to get shakoed. Oh, he's here.
Your team has destroyed a turret.
This guy died really fast.
An enemy has been slain.
Wait, why did this guy not go bottom? Yeah, please.
What are these wards?
I'm definitely
Is that
staying
AP?
one more.
Oh yeah, do your thing. Wait, how did our Jax end up bottom?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
You have
All
slain
right.
an enemy.
Okay. He just wanted to swap, and I was like, okay, you know what? I'm down. You think it's worth ulting just for assist gold there?
Yeah, of course.
Guess 150 gold is 150 gold. You have to kill, yeah, but assuming I get the assist there, which is like the likely thing that happens.
Come on. Dominating.
Wow, our top laner is so far ahead. What the heck?
This is like the reverse of last game.
Yeah, it feels like we're winning, but like our team's doing too well, you know?
Yeah.
Fuck, it's one auto away. God damn it.
I don't even have relic shield stacks anymore.
I don't
Oh
talk about
my.
it.
Has destroyed a turret. Shut down.
You have ult?
No, 3 seconds.
You ult this guy right here?
Now?
Yeah, right here. Oh, that was not on my ping.
Huh? Did you ping? Oh, I must have missed saw your ping. My bad.
Okay. Also, that's cool.
I can't wait to be able to build lifesteal on mage units, man. Next season.
Is that actually what they're doing?
Well, I mean, like they're just decoupling Rift Walker, right, or Rift Maker. So like, there's a lot of characters I want to build that item on, but it's never like the good item to build, you know?
Yeah, I mean it's just pretty bad overall, I think.
Yeah, but like, assuming that they're gonna add some Omnivamp AP item, that'd be cool.
You have too much faith.
There's no way they can make AP itemization like worse.
No, I don't think they'll make it worse. I just don't think there will ever be like a balanceable sustain item for mages.
Oh, I agree, but I mean, my dream is to be the sustain king.
Your team has destroyed a turret. An enemy has been slain.
Oh, I did not see that. Oh my god. Oh, my brain fucking malfunctioned. I did not see the trap.
Dude, the traps are just invisible.
That's what I'm saying. I walked into the Caitlyn trap and killed myself.
I don't know if this is good. Oh, maybe it is. It is not good.
You have been slain. An ally has been slain.
This idea was very bad.
I mean, I think it was fine if Jax just hit Nash with you guys. All good though.
Oh, all good, all good. This Caitlyn is a little bit strong now.
Is she?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know.
Unstoppable.
Impatient.
It's probably still fine.
Okay, it just made the game interesting.
Yeah. Oh, if he was gonna stun her, I was down.
I think she has cleanse still. I don't even know why she has cleanse.
I'm going.
Do I take red?
Has been destroyed. The enemy has been
Nice.
slain.
Oh, there's a TP here. I'm fucking dead.
An ally has been slain. Enemy killing spree.
Don't worry. I got this.
He's over here.
Dominating.
Oh!
Oh, Kobe! Leandry Bird? I did not get him.
Let's blow this joint.
Shut down.
Oh.
I don't know about that one. Yeah, my champ is so fucking useless.
Nah, man, nah.
Turret has been destroyed.
What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
Oh man, I can't tell if I'm strong or weak right now. I feel like I'm average, which is weird.
I think it's... I don't know. I think you're pretty strong. Dude, you can't be fucking serious. Yeah, block. Oh!
Oh,
It's okay.
An ally has been slain.
You win this?
Enemy double kill. You have slain an enemy.
Boom. Headshot.
oh no, I didn't get over. Dude, I can't get into the fight fast enough.
Your turret has been
Yeah, man, I think we just went too early. Also, don't know how we have 0 drakes.
Your turret has been destroyed.
Never fall. Brilliant.
Hey, where'd that bomb go?
Yeah, it is so hard to play this game because I'm not getting like people running into me, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, like people running in random directions.
Come on.
Damn, you're so squishy to her now. She has so much damage. It's like hard for you to kill her.
Yeah, I mean, I get one tap by anything. Oh, word.
Don't worry. I got this.
I'll go top. try to yoink this kill real quick.
I don't want to ulti for this. No way the guy ultis, right?
I'm going.
An enemy has been slain.
Anyone got a match? What do you mean this doesn't look safe?
An ally has been slain.
This does not look doable.
Yeah, does not.
Yep, I got 2 shot. He ultied a... Oh, that's pretty good. That's really good. I'm surprised Jax lost to Swain of all people.
Yeah, I don't think it should go like that, but I don't know.
Am I able to TP to stop this? No way.
You can try if you want. Maybe you can steal it. Ah, it's gone.
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know what he's saying.
Bro, if I came a wave earlier, we wouldn't have enough damage for it anyways.
Where'd that bomb go?
I think a bigger problem is we didn't take a single Drake the whole game.
Come on.
People never cease to amaze me.
Let's blow this joint.
Oh no.
Wow, this guy is just
Yeah, he's got Mountain Drake too.
Your turret has been destroyed. Enemy double kill.
I think that's game. Dude, that guy is so tanky. What the
Your turret
fuck?
has been destroyed.
yeah.
Your inhibitor
Oh, we have
has been
3 AP
destroyed.
champs. Like,
Your turret has been destroyed.
we have no way to kill him.
Ooh.
Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. Your turret has been destroyed. A summoner has disconnected.
You know, I felt a little bit better about that game.
It's okay. We were on a win streak. It was bound to go downhill at some point.
True. Yeah. Think I'm done for the night, guys. All right, I'm out, man. GG's. Thanks for the games.
GG's. Have a good night.
Yeah, I am gone, guys. The last couple, I mean, like 4 games, felt like I shouldn't have probably played them. But it's alright. It's no big deal. I'm gonna go ahead and raid Robin. He is a TFT streamer. Really fucking good. Give him some love. I'm out, guys. Have a great night. Oh, and Lake Pigeon, welcome back for 56 months. Thank you so much. I'm out. Good night, good night.